Hello, hello. Welcome today. Oh my God. Today we are doing the Wealthy Realtor Masterclass. And I am so excited to introduce you to all of my speaker friends that are going to be just pouring into you today. We're going to talk about mindset. We're going to talk about, hitting the bottom and having to pull your way back up to the top after you're already a superstar. We're going to talk about investments, long-term rentals, short-term rentals. We're going to talk about multifamily properties, short sales. The list goes on and on and on. And it's all about helping real estate agents get off the hamster wheel of selling a house and getting paid, flipping a house and getting paid. We want to focus on multiple streams of income and focus on passive income because that is what's key for us. Passive income. We all got into real estate for a reason, and I bet it's not to work nonstop. And I know a lot of us are working nonstop right now, so I get it. Okay. So I'm just going to jump right into this today with you guys and go ahead and start introducing our speakers because I just can't wait any longer. Like it's just going to be an amazing day. So plug in with us. We're going to go for probably about 5 hours today. This is all going to be, here for you to plug into. And then I'm also going to be doing a little event tomorrow as well, which I will tell you about later on as we go throughout the day. But for right now, turn your distractions off if you can. Do not disturb on your phone. Plug in with us. I have some incredible speakers. These are top-notch people, guys. These are top authors. These are top public speakers. And the only reason I think I got all of them is because we're in the midst of COVID right now. So they're all stuck at home and they're like, cool, yeah, I'll talk to you. So I'm just excited to share their expertise with you. And let's just get right into it. All right, welcome everyone to the Wealthy Realtor Masterclass. We are super excited to have this first speaker up today. This is Mrs. Janet Mckee. Hi, Janet. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Amanda. Thank you for having me. I'm so pleased to be here.
Absolutely. Well, we're pleased to have you here. So what we're talking about in this summit is really how to create that freedom, that lifestyle that you want, that you deserve, and how to do that. And is it through passive income? Is it through your mindset? Is it through a work habit? How do you get there? How do you get to be a wealthy realtor? And so, Janet, I'm excited to have you on this because when I saw your book, I was like, wait, stressless success? Like, what? How does that work? So, Janet is a speaker. She is a best-selling author. She is the CEO of Sonaview. And like I mentioned, she is all about living a life of purpose and passion and prosperity and really embracing a better life. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. And we're talking to real estate agents today, real estate brokers today. And let's just start off with really, what is stressless success? This is the book that you just finished, right?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, it was just released in February of this year, 2020. And how could I possibly have planned releasing a book titled Stressless Success right before a worldwide pandemic hits? I could not have planned that any better, but that wasn't. This is the idea. When you apply what I'm going to share today, then things just happen for you at the right time, at the right moment, without your planning. So it's just really incredible. And I applied what I share in Stressless Success to the book launch. And even though I've done other book projects before, and some of them were bestsellers, we applied what I shared and we became #1 bestseller on Amazon in 5 categories. We far exceeded our goals, and we weren't even perfect at what I'm going to share today. So this is really exciting. But the idea here is we all believe that we must stress and struggle to get to success. We must strive. And there's even people that talk about grit and all of this. Okay. What I discovered is the opposite is true. And I discovered the hard way, but I'm here to share it with everyone so they don't have to go through what I've been through. But the idea here is when we stress and struggle, we literally build walls of resistance, right? We got to really strive and struggle. And these walls not only block solutions and opportunities from coming to you with ease, but also when you work against these brick walls that you've built, you become exhausted and overwhelmed, right? And success does not have to be that hard. And true success comes when you break down those walls of resistance. And we're going to talk about shifting you inside, kind of elevating and expanding the way you feel. It's not your mindset. And this is what's really surprising for people. It's something far deeper and far more effective. And that's the idea of stressless success. And I help people do a shift I call a stressless success shift, to go from stress to success with incredible ease. And people that even achieve success through stress and struggle, like I did early on, have no idea the level of success they could actually achieve when they learn this very deep truth that I discovered.
Yeah. So, that really spoke to me because as a real estate agent, I was in the hustle and bustle for years and years. And as a real estate agent, you always feel like you're on call, right? And you're always stressed out, and the phone rings right before you're going out on a date with your husband. Guess what? You have to take it and you have to go, show that house, especially in a hot market like we're in right now. So, I really like the fact that you're speaking into, a different way of really going about it. I mean, you're actually teaching a way that you came up with that completely changes your thoughts around stress and success, correct?
Yeah. And actually, let me talk about that, because I was in the corporate world. I was always a high achiever, and I climbed the corporate ladder in 2 Fortune 500 companies very rapidly, faster than any of my peers. And I landed in a very high pressure, high powered job. A lot of stress and pressure, but that pressure took me down. I literally developed an autoimmune disease. The doctors gave me no hope. I did get out of the hospital when I was very ill, and I learned how to heal my body naturally. That's why I do a lot of focus on wellness, because that's the foundation of success. Went to Columbia University, studied holistic health wellness, worked with clients for about a decade and a half, helping them not only prevent, but reverse illness. But then my husband of 26 years walked out on me and our son in an hour's notice, left me heartbroken. Our family ripped apart, but left me on the brink of financial disaster. Because when I was in the corporate world, I actually invested in real estate for financial stability for our family. And not long before he left, he had put liens on all of these properties to buy a business that the time he left was failing. So not only was I feeling like I was standing on thin ice, I felt like the roof above my head was a house of cards, because he also put a lien on the home where me and our son lived. So I was completely destroyed. I mean, heartbroken, depressed, fearful over finances. And after about a year of that, I realized, wait a minute, I used to be a happy, successful, vibrant woman. I had to find myself again. And I went out around the world and studied with masters in success, achievement, abundance, positivity, high performance. And each one, Amanda, I would take their advice and it would help me a little bit. I would like taste and savor the advice they gave me, but I still kept finding myself stuck and frustrated, that I knew there was something greater. And I was trying all of these things about positive thinking, all of those things, but it wasn't really completely working for me. It did a little bit. I don't know if probably some of your listeners have had the same experience. Well, it's when I was working with a client of mine, because I do a lot of one-on-one consulting in success coaching, that I made this huge discovery. It's not about your mindset. And this shocks people, because everybody, right, has heard all about the positive thinking. And yes, that works great when everything's going well, right? When everything's great and you're feeling wonderful and you're thinking all these positive thoughts, you want to keep that momentum going. Absolutely. That is terrific. But when you're facing a challenge, like many of us do on a day-to-day basis, and especially now with everything that's been happening in the world, like we're really facing some serious things that create a lot of fear and anxiety. And, you try to tell somebody, you just need to think positively. Oh, like, get out of here. I've got some challenges I'm facing. And they're right. You cannot. And if you try to force a positive thought, you can make the situation worse. I discovered this when I was working with a client of mine. She's the CEO of a multi-million-dollar company. And she said, Janet, I want to start working with you. I have a lot of stress and pressure in my business. The business is doing okay, but I'm worried because I'm developing a really terrible pain in my abdomen. And I'm scared that this pain is indicative of a very serious health challenge that I'm developing because of all the stress. She said, don't worry, I know all about all the books, all the seminars, all the webinars about positive mindset. And I know there's a mind and body connection. So I say to myself positive affirmations. And I repeat to myself these positive affirmations when I go to bed at night. And I said to her, Monica, what are you saying to yourself? She said, I go to bed at night and I say, I'm healthy. I'm healthy. I'm healthy. That's when I realized, Amanda, that she was forcing a positive thought about something she was fearful about, but I could feel her fear. And her situation was getting worse. And this is the discovery that it's not about your mindset completely. You can't control your thoughts. Have you ever tried to control all of your thoughts all of the time? You can't do it. And so stop trying, right? It's actually something deeper and simpler. And it's about shifting slightly the way you feel, regardless of what's going on up here. So I said to her, Monica, right now you're at the low rung of a ladder and you have all this fear and pain and anxiety. And what you're trying to do is leap to the top rung of a ladder. I'm healthy, right? Well, when you try to leap from the low rung of a ladder to the top rung of a ladder, what's going to happen? You're going to fall off the ladder and break your leg or worse. I said, we're going to take it one step at a time. We're going to gain a grip on a rung and find your footing on that ladder. And we're going to step one rung at a time. So I said to her, Monica, you're a smart woman, right? Yes, I am. And your body is experiencing some pain. So it's showing you that you're out of balance. Yes, it is. Well, you're a smart woman and your body's showing you that you need to start finding solutions. So that pain is actually a good thing. Well, yes, it is. So what I was doing is I was helping her just climb the ladder, getting a hold on the rung with solid footing, with thoughts that feel better. You see the difference? So we were shifting. And as a matter of fact, as we started to do that, the pain started to go away because she wasn't in this fear mode. She was feeling more comfortable because she was taking one step at a time. This is a huge discovery. And science has proven in quantum mechanics, which is a theory within quantum physics, not to blow everyone's mind, but just so you understand there's science behind this. And in my deeper, longer workshops, we get into all of this. But science has proven that everything is energy within the smallest subatomic level, within the atom. Nothing is solid. Everything is fluid. And your thoughts and your focus, the focus of your energy or your feelings can actually affect the world around you. So I began to apply what I was discovering in my life. And as a matter of fact, not only, during this horrible divorce situation with the liens on the properties, my very expensive, high-powered attorneys told me there was nothing I could do to save my investment properties. There was nothing we could do. I'm sorry, Janet, this is just really bad situation. I decided to get out of the fear and anxiety, and I took my power back and I just started working on me. And every time I was thinking about that dreadful situation of losing everything, I worked on me and I did little things to help me to feel better. I got myself off the subject. I just walk away from the subject that was so upsetting. And I just worked on little things. Get outside of Mother Nature, meditate, pray, dance and sing, things to help me feel better. And as I did that, I got a call from my ex-husband. He said, Janet, the attorneys aren't doing us any good. Let's get together. And to make a long story short, we resolved our divorce perfectly in a way that benefited both of us. I was able to keep all of my properties and he was able to keep other things that he built. And even my attorney said that we don't know what you did, but you moved a mountain. You moved an impossible mountain. I couldn't change what was happening around me. Amanda, I changed me inside. And as I shifted me, I couldn't focus positive thoughts on that subject. It was too upsetting. It was dreadful. I just shifted me inside and unbelievable things. I moved mountains around me. One of my investment properties is a farm. We have a 52-acre organic produce farm and happens to be a historic landmark. And this property was losing money. We were losing money because it was costing us more to grow organic produce than we were making selling it. As I was discovering these surprising secrets to success, I was playing around with this idea. And we were losing money on this property and losing money. And I just started playing around with me. I was shifting me. I couldn't do that, figure that out. And I got interviewed on the radio by this medical doctor. I was talking about health and wellness. This young man heard me interviewed. He called me on the phone. He said, Ms. Mckee, I heard your interview. And in your interview, you mentioned you have a farm. I'd like to come out and see it. Him and his girlfriend come out and they said, we love your farm. We'd like to get married there. And I know that might sound obvious to a lot of people, but I didn't know. First of all, I was going through a divorce. I didn't know anything about weddings. And I owned this historic property with this big old historic barn. It was a mess. I'm like, you want to get married here? I'm like, okay, sure, go ahead. And here it was so successful and word of mouth got out. This has become my most successful profitable property ever. And meanwhile, I was losing money. So through 1,000 hours of focused thought and concentration, I would not have come up with that because I didn't know people got married in barns, right? Instead, I was shifting me. I was doing things like just putting hope and joy around my farm and just like enjoying the small things like the strawberries, right? And from that shift in me, success came to me without effort. Do you see that? I got the phone call. The solutions and opportunities flowed to me. This is what happens when you do this.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. And it's funny because I always say, like, when you're on the right track in life, it's like dominoes, right? When you're thinking positive, everything just starts falling into place, just like it did for your farm. And I love that because now you have turned something that was a liability, it sounds like, into an asset.
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, we'll just do a little teaser here, but you are now running Airbnbs off of that as well, correct?
Absolutely. We took the money we were making and we updated the farmhouse. We turned the bunkhouse into a little cabin and the spring house into a little tiny house. And we have renters coming all the time, all year round. We happen to be fortunate because that happened by accident too, in a tourist area. And the original idea was just my son and I were going to buy a farm just to have a farm. And we never realized what was there. There was like, it was like a gold mine waiting to be mined. And so, yeah, so the Airbnbs, just the people arrive and it's all automated. And I have my person there that, cleans them and gets the laundry ready. And it's amazing. So there's passive income. And then there's the events and the weddings and other private events and corporate retreats. I do empowerment leadership retreats there and around the world. So like all of these things just unfolded with ease. So that is stressless success. When you don't view yourself as a victim of what's happening around you, you take your power back, and the power is within the palm of your hands. And the key thing there is, number one, you've got to take care of yourself. You've got to get high quality rest, drink fresh water, move your body, eat real foods. Wellness is the foundation of living a successful life. And it's not just success in business, it's success in every area of your life. Because when you're exhausted, everything is a struggle. But when you're rested, even when a challenge happens, you can deal with it. Number one, wellness. Number two, recognize when you're feeling that discomfort of negative thoughts and emotions. Just recognize them. Don't try to fight against them. If you try to fight against negative thoughts, you make them bigger and stronger. So many people say, oh, get rid of negative thoughts. I say wrong. Negative thoughts are a positive thing. Because when you're having that discomfort, it's like a little red flag saying, hey, wait a minute, Janet, you're getting off your path to the life that you want. So it's just a little warning sign. That's a good thing. So then you can say, okay, what am I thinking that's causing me to feel this discomfort? Because it's your feeling that creates an energy that creates your life. And then you can just climb the ladder. Try to take little thoughts like, okay, I've been through challenges before, and those challenges helped me. They made me stronger and wiser. So I wonder what this challenge is teaching me or showing me. What good may come of it? Doesn't that feel better than stressing over? Like, oh no, this is happening. What am I going to do? Right? And then when you can't go any further, you on that next rung of the ladder, on that subject that upsets you, walk away. Walk away from the subject and do anything and everything that helps you to feel better. Pray, meditate, gratitude, appreciation, get outside in Mother Nature, walk your dog, dance and sing, think about a child or someone you love, do anything that helps you to feel better, because from that point, you are no longer in the stress. that drains blood from your brain and puts you into this fight or flight mode. You can't even think clearly. You now have elevated and expanded the way you feel, which is elevated and expanded energy as opposed to the walls of stress and struggle. And as soon as you, even a little bit, and you don't have to be perfect at this, just a little bit, you elevate and expand the way you feel, success flows to you. I'm telling you, when I started to do this, and all my clients cannot believe what they're experiencing. I was working with a company, and I do a lot of on-site workshops, and this company was facing really serious issues with the pandemic and the lockdowns. There's a manufacturing company, and their sales were falling and falling, and they were flat. They brought me in, and I taught 1.5-day workshop to their salespeople. And this is really important for real estate agents, okay? 1.5-day workshop. And then the next workshop was scheduled 2 weeks later. During those 2 weeks, they really began to apply and assimilate what I shared with them. Within 2 weeks, their sales that were falling and going flat skyrocketed. True story. And I have those people as testimonies. They couldn't shift what was happening in the world. The government, the economy, the pandemic, right? You have no control over that. They took their power back and they shifted them inside. Sales came out of the blue and skyrocketed. This is really powerful. I am dedicating my life to sharing this because this is the secret to life. And I don't mean to sound arrogant on that at all, which is why I'm sharing it in very complimentary ways. I want everyone to know they're no longer a victim. They have the power in their hands, and they can create not only a successful real estate business, but invest in real estate, and all from their own energy, create a life where income flows to you with ease, not with stress and struggle.
Yeah, definitely. I love that so much because I mean, even I just had a huge aha moment because when I'm having those negative thoughts, I'm always like shift, shift, shift. And I try to think about something else, but I don't think about why I had those negative thoughts. So that was a really big aha for me just hearing you speak about this.
And the negative thought's a positive thing because it's just letting you know, like, oh, wait a minute, I'm feeling this uncomfortable feeling. Why? And you want to be aware of it, but you don't fight against it. And actually negativity, right? Contrast, challenges in our life fuel desire. They fuel desire for a better life. When I was down and out, I then finally picked up myself and went around the world and studied with world masters. And because of that, I made this discovery. So these negative situations also are a good thing because they fuel desire for better.
Yes. Turn your mess into your message, or better yet, turn your mess into your miracle. Figure out, what is that mess that you've been through in your life that you can then go out and help other people go through as well. And it sounds like that's exactly what you've done. So congrats to you. This is amazing stuff. And I wish we had longer today. But I think we're going to be doing something else together. We're going to be diving into a little bit more of this longer setting and more of an event. And I can't wait to hear your story as well about the farm and how you turned that into an Airbnb and what are the numbers looking like, and really like, how do you know when to do that or what even to do? What's the first step with that? So that's exciting.
Really simple, as you know. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So I know a lot of people are wanting a copy of this book. So how can they get a copy of your book?
Yeah, so I would suggest you can just go to janetmckee.com, JANETMCKEE. Because of the pandemic and the lockdowns, I'm literally giving a paperback copy away for free. You just have to pay shipping and handling, or you can just go ahead and click on Amazon and get the ebook for like $1 or something. We have it really low for everybody. So that's available. But also when you go to janetmckee.com, you may or may not want the book, but do get the immediate download of the 3-day Banish Burnout Plan. This is how to begin to make the stressless success shift within 3 days so you get immediate results. I'm here for you. Please reach out to me. I want people, my passion and purpose is to help people be successful and to have a successful life. And I'm not going to stop until you do.
And I believe that. You have definitely a passion for this. And again, I just want to thank you so much for coming on today and spending some time with us today. And I know I know I got aha moments from this just with the quick, little read. I still want to say mind shift, right? But really just dissecting why you're having those thoughts and also why you're having those reactions in your body, because a lot of that's coming from stress as well. So I hope a lot of our viewers today got a lot of tips and aha moments from you, like I did. And again, thank you so much for being on the summit today. And reach out to Janet, guys. Go to the website. I'll also post it here in the comments where you can go to get the book download, and definitely take advantage of that. So, again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Amanda. It's been an honor, and I look forward to working with you going forward.
Me as well. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the Wealthy Realtor Masterclass today, where I am interviewing top authors and real estate agents and brokers around the world. So, what we're doing is we are helping real estate agents create more time freedom so that you can live the life that you want to live. We're going to be talking all about mindset, mind shifts, little tips and tricks on how to start investing in real estate and how to scale if you are already investing in real estate. And why is it so important to focus on assets versus liabilities? Why is it so important to focus on passive income instead of the income that you're making from trading time from dollars, selling a house, getting paid, flipping a house, getting paid? True wealth comes in when you have multiple streams of income. And a lot of that is passive income that hits your bank account every single week, and you don't have to do the work. Therefore, you can go and you can travel, you can be with your loved ones in times in need, and it will really change your life. This is called total freedom, guys. And that's what the Wealthy Realtor Masterclass is all about. So tune in. We're going to be interviewing multiple authors and speakers today. And make sure to have your notebook because you're going to want to take a lot of notes. Thank you. I am so ecstatic to announce the next speaker here. She is not only someone that I look up to, and I have just watched her this past year grow as a human, as a business person, but she is someone who has actually, she's been through the trenches. She has literally been, up on the stage teaching thousands of people, owning long-term rental properties, like doing the thing. She was actually named as the short sale queen in Southern California back when short sales were a big thing. And then she lost everything, like literally had the rug pulled out from underneath her. And now she's rising back to the top. And not only is she someone that I respect and I love, but she is my business partner as well. So, Donica, welcome. I'm so happy to have you on here today.
Thank you for having me, Amanda. I'm super excited to be a part of this and super excited with the future and where it's going. So thank you so much for having me. And thank you for being my business partner.
Of course. So, Donica, the reason why I thought it was really important to have you on the call today is because you have a story that I believe will touch every single person listening to us today. And as we're speaking into realtors' lives, we're speaking into, helping them get off that hamster wheel and everything, but there's a lot more that goes into it. And even if you do figure out how to get off the hamster wheel and create this massive portfolio, you have to know what to do with it once you get it and how to run that business, right? So, Donica, let's just start in the very beginning. Like, tell us about you when everything was great.
When everything was magical and
amazing.
Okay, so I got into real estate in about 2004, the end of 2004, and I had changed careers. And I was very lucky to have my real estate career take off quite quickly, and finding the right mentor. And I got involved when the market started going down, the end of 2004, 2005. And I started out as a wholesale investor, and I did quite well. I quit my career in 2 weeks, and about 2.5 weeks after I quit, I bought my first house, and it just took off from there. So I started doing a lot of wholesaling investing, with a lot of Southern California investors. And I started building my portfolio of holding, buying and holding. And the key component here is I went into business with a gentleman that was my partner at the time and ended up becoming my husband and the father of my children. So we built a quite extensive real estate portfolio because of the declining market and doing short sales. And I really took it upon myself during that downturn of the market to educate myself on what was going on in the market, because it was interesting. It's funny. It's kind of happening now where all the investors are leaving California. Well, that's exactly what happened in 2005, 2006. And I thought, well, I need to capitalize on this. I need to educate myself on what's really going on and how can I help, because there's a lot of money to be made. So that's how I built my net worth, and buying and holding, doing real estate, traditional real estate. I owned my own real estate brokerage, and I was, like you said, short sale queen. I was speaking regionally throughout Southern California on real estate clubs. And I was also running a short sale business in terms of negotiating short sales. So I had multiple businesses going on while building my portfolio. So as life would have it sometimes, which I think is very apropos to today's world and what's happening. Unexpected happened to me, and I went through a divorce, and I lost everything that we had built together as a team. And I'll get into why I think this is important to educate those watching and listening. And not only did I go through a divorce and lost everything, I lost all my family. All my family died. And I was left with nothing. So here I was on top of the world, cloud nine, and a matter of, I want to say it was 2 years, I lost everything. I went through bankruptcy, divorce, and death. So I went through all these major forms of loss in such a short period of time. And I was at a point where I didn't know what to do and how to, I felt like I lost the sense of who I was, my purpose, everything, my identity. And it was super important trying to find that again. But I think the most important, while I've started building myself back up, being a single mom of 2 girls, and not having the family support or anything, just myself to rely on, is I realized I had to sit back internally and look at what's my part in this, right? We don't know when a divorce is going to happen and what causes a divorce. We don't know when death's going to happen. We don't know when you're going to lose your career. We don't know these things, but we have a part in them. And that's what I had to sit with myself and take ownership and responsibility in how I ended up where I was. And I think it's very important for those that are building their net worth or their real estate portfolio or their passive income, pay attention to who you're going into business with, or as they say, going to bed with, right? It's so important, because here I was married to, this is my husband. I trust him. Are you kidding? But not, I did not know what he was doing in the background. And I didn't pay attention to that. I didn't get contracts written by legal attorneys, real estate attorneys. I didn't do the due diligence that needs to be done. It really doesn't matter who you're going to business with, whether it's a family member or a husband or a wife or a best friend or a sister or a brother. Really do the due diligence in protecting yourself, because what matters is you first. It doesn't matter what relationship you have. And I think if you do that to begin with, you have a longevity to focus on. I think it's important. And that's where I was wrong. I had to look at myself in the mirror and realize, wow, I took a marriage license as, oh, it's safe. I'm okay. Everything's fine. I'm going to have this beautiful life that lasts forever. And that's not always the case. So
Donica, and that I know that speaks to so many people, because whether it's death, divorce, whatever it is, right? We can all relate to loss, because
yes.
we've all had some type of loss in our life. So having said that, what are the steps? What can you tell someone, to protect themselves in the beginning with going into business with anyone, not just your spouse, but really anyone?
I think the first thing is get it in writing. So if you and I are sitting down talking about doing business together, and it sounds great and it's wonderful and it's magical, great. But now, after the magic has been expressed together, write it down of exactly who's going to do what. So, it's very important. What I try to teach people is, we don't come with a handbook. We don't. It doesn't matter what kind of relationship. We don't have handbooks that we give to each other, and teaching each other what we need, what we want, what do we expect. So it's very important to really writing it down specifically of what your expectations are of each other, what your strengths are, and what your weaknesses are. And I think it's very important, if you are going into business with somebody or partnering with somebody, make sure that your strengths are not your partner's same strengths. You've got to counteract each other. It's so important to really pay attention to that, because you'll have that longevity that's important. And I will say, my ex-husband and I had that, which is, I think, why we were so successful. We weren't stepping on each other's toes, but what we were missing was, the writing it down specifically, who's doing what, how is the financial going to go, and then getting it in front of a third party. An attorney is very important. A business attorney is key to any kind of, don't take somebody's word for it. Don't, you may trust somebody, but honestly, you never know at the end of the day what somebody's going to do. So protect yourself. And honestly, if the person you're going into business with doesn't like that and isn't okay with it, then you weren't meant to go into business with that person to begin with.
Yeah. And read the contracts, right? That's the most important thing. So many people are like, yeah, it's just a contract, whatever. And they go and sign it, but they don't read it and understand it. And if you don't understand it, have an attorney look at it and read it to you.
Yes, absolutely. And get, I always say the good rule of thumb is 3 references, 3 opinions, 3, just take your time with it. It's so important to really, dot your I's and cross your T's. And that's the biggest lesson that I've learned throughout my real estate business.
So Donica, I believe you learned another lesson too, because when you hit rock bottom, what was it that made you get back up? Like, there's got to be something that was like you're striving for, because a lot of people, when they get knocked down like that, they tend to stay down.
They do. And that's something that is a big passion of mine right now, is helping educate and coach those through this, especially with what's going on in this world. So it is very important, Amanda. And I will say that the first component in getting yourself through that rock bottom is you really have to have that burning desire to want more. That's the key, no matter how little it is. And I refer to this, as silly as it is, I've done it before with you, is great film. And I think everybody that is being affected by, this pandemic needs to watch this film. And that's Frozen 2. I refer to that film so much, because that moment in the film when Anna believes she's lost her sister, and that moment where she's in that dark cave, I mean, it moves me beyond belief, because it is so right on to what it feels like to go through loss, death, divorce, or career. You feel exactly that moment of what she's feeling. But if you listen to the lyrics, you know, and what she's talking about, just do the next right thing. It's small steps. It's not leaps and bounds. And I refer to one of my great coaches currently, Tim Story. He talks about this specifically. You've got to sit, you've got to stand, you've got to walk, you've got to run, you've got to soar. And that is essential to when you've got knocked down and how you pick yourself back up. It's those, just do the next right thing. Take a step again. That is all that you can do, is do the next right thing.
Absolutely. That's one of those things you want to like make a sticky note and stick it on your desk.
Yes. Yes. You know, it is. And I will say the next important thing that is very important, and I honestly hold this all to you, and it chokes me up because I think it's also important when you are at your lowest of low, you have to surround yourself with people that believe in you. And you were the only person that believed in me, and you helped ignite that desire to want more. And I will never forget that. And I will always be forever grateful for you, because you didn't know me, but you saw something in me that I could not see within myself. And that is what we need to surround ourselves with on a daily basis, and get rid of those, you know, negative energies within our lives, whether they're family, husbands, wives, girlfriends, boyfriends, best friends. You need to have, you know, one, that desire for wanting to improve, but two, the people that believe in you and see something that you can't see within yourself. And that's key.
And Donica, I remember that day like it was yesterday. I literally saw you speaking on stages to thousands of people, and I don't know why. We were doing an exercise together, right? And
Yes.
it was like, oh my gosh, like this, it was clear as day to me. And just to see you blossom, I mean, it's only been a little over a year, right? I mean, it hasn't been that long.
A year and 4 months.
Yeah, and I mean, you're killing it. You're killing it in the real estate game. You're taking $1 million listings. You just bought your dream car. I mean, life is different now.
Yes.
So tell us how you got to where this is. I mean, obviously, you know, you've surrounded and you've taken that to another level too, right? You know, you have surrounded yourself with people who are going to pull you up. Not only me, but like many people.
Yes.
And two of them we're going to have on this in this event later today.
Oh my God.
They're both in this event. Yeah.
That's so exciting.
Yes. So everyone's in for a treat this afternoon with Sharon Lecter and Tim Story.
Oh, that's so awesome. They're amazing human beings. They talk in better detail than I can, for sure. But, you know, like I said, surrounding yourself with those kind of people, but it was interesting because not only did you introduce me to, so it's key, you know, I want to build my passive income again, and I want to have that multiple streams of income coming in. And I didn't know how I was going to do that. And you introduced me to an amazing company that, you know, it's funny. I, you know, being in real estate, having my own brokerage, you know, I vowed I would never really get into a big brokerage again. I vowed that, you know, maybe I'll have my own brokerage once again. But then I was introduced to this amazing brokerage where now I'm building multiple streams of income while I sit here talking to you. And that's huge. I mean, you know, I knew the traditional route of, you know, you buy a house, you hold it, you know, put tenants in it. But now I've been introduced to different ways of holding on to real estate and having that passive income. So, and I'm surrounded with like-minded people, which is so important for my growth. that's what's going to help me, the masterminds that go on, and the same mindset, being or surrounded that 7 days a week is just so essential for being the best that you can be. So
Yes. So for those realtors out there right now that are sitting and they're struggling and they're thinking, gosh, my husband is negative and my friends are really they don't want me to succeed, not that they're saying that, but they're not like, pulling you up. They're wanting you to go out and party and, not do business, right? What would you say to that agent listening to us right now? And they're like, well, how do I even start? Like, I don't know anyone who's positive. I don't know anyone who's going to help me like be a better person and be better in business. What would be the first thing you would tell them to do?
set boundaries, very important. That's something that I had to learn, is that it is okay to set boundaries. It's interesting. I do delve into this when I'm helping those individually, but I'll kind of delve in a little bit with you about it. Is, when we're children, we are raised to have no voice. And we are raised to just listen to your mom or dad, do whatever they tell you to do, and just be quiet and listen and just say, okay, mom, okay, dad. And it's interesting, as we become adults, nobody's teaching us that we're no longer children anymore subconsciously, that you now can speak up and say, you know what? I don't like you talking to me that way. You can set these boundaries. You can set these boundaries with your parents now. You can set these boundaries with your siblings now. You're a grown adult. So practice setting boundaries. You're not that child anymore. And that's important. I think that's the first thing to do, is if you have a negative environment, start setting those boundaries and start paying attention to how it feels when that person talks to you a certain way, or how they act, or when you're saying something that you're happy about or excited about. Pay attention to how they respond to you, because there are naysayers all around you, and it is amazing if you just listen and pay attention how close they are in your life. And just, it's okay to set boundaries. It's okay to stand up for what's not okay and what you want, and make those changes, because
Man,
this is your life, and that's all that matters. You got to take care of it, because nobody else is going to take care of you unless you take care of you. So
yes. Yes, that is some huge tips. I hope you guys wrote that down. You are grown. You are grown now. You can actually tell your parents not to say certain things to you.
oh yes, you can.
That is huge.
I mean, it is so important to do that with everybody. Once again, we do not come with a manual. So voice your manual.
Love it. I love it. Oh my gosh. Awesome, Donica. Well, we got about a couple minutes left here. So
Okay.
I just want to wrap us up with kind of some future thinking, right? What is the future looking like for you? What is it that you're excited about? And what do you want to just kind of feed into these agents' lives that are watching us today?
Well, I really stand behind my mission statement: solving situations one house at a time. I really stand behind that. That is my passion, because every individual in terms of real estate has a different situation. And I believe in solving them individually, house by house, person by person. But now what's really driven me with beyond passion, and I'm excited about, I'm building this as we talk, as you know, but because of this pandemic, everyone is going through the three major forms of loss: death, divorce, and career. And I've walked every single one of those, and I want to help educate and coach those through that process, because I'm very young, and very few people at my age have gone through this, and now they are going through this. And you need guidance, you need help, you need to know that you're not alone. And there are people out there that can help you through this, like myself, because I've walked it. And that is so important that I can now take my life struggles and turn it over to helping those. And it's an amazing thing that I never thought of. I used to get very caught up in the, oh my gosh, this poor me, this, oh my God, people are going to judge me, blah, blah, just this guilt, this shame, but just changing that around and saying, well, wait a minute. I have yet to meet a person that has been through what I've been through at my age. And now I can help those people. I can walk alongside them and hold their hand and say, you're not alone, and let's get through this. So I've created a site that I'm going to start educating and coaching, which is called Grieving Loss, the three major stages of loss and forms of loss, which is death, divorce, and career. So I'm looking forward to helping those with that and tying it into real estate, because it's so important. That's the best way to have the most financial freedom is through real estate, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. And I just love the fact that, you've done something very similar to what I did with my dad, right? You're turning that mess into your message where you can go out and help people, but there's no way you can go help those people unless you'd actually been through that yourself.
Yes.
So, it's just perfect for you. And I'm just so excited for what you have coming. If any of the viewers want to get in touch with you, how should they get in touch with you?
They can always go to my website, which is wheredoyougonow.com, apropos. It's funny because I wrote a book back when the market crashed called Where Do You Go From Here? And so now it's Where Do You Go Now? So wheredoyougonow.com. Feel free to reach out. My contact number is there, and they can always call me on my cell. I'm very reachable.
Awesome. Thank you so much for spending some time with us today. I know the viewers have really enjoyed hearing your message today. And I'm sure there's going to be a few reaching out to you because, like I said, every single person has gone through loss, and some of us realize that we need some help at this point. So thank you for your time today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Amanda. Have a great week. I look forward to seeing you soon.
I am so excited to introduce you to our next guest today. This woman has done major things in her real estate career, and I am honored to call her my business partner as well. And Deb Razzo is actually the founder of REN, which is the Women Real Estate Network. And it's a phenomenal group. Deb, I think you have about 7,000 members in this group, which is just an amazing number of women who are in real estate, and they're doing big things in real estate. And so, yeah, I'm just happy to have you on today. And you're doing a lot of other stuff too with rentals and short-term rentals and flipping and like amazingness. So welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Yeah, real estate. I love it.
Yes. So Deb, let's jump right in. I want to know, how did you get into real estate? Because you come from a life of not real estate, right?
Yeah, actually, I do come from a life of not real estate. I have been an entrepreneur for over 20 some years, and I've had several different businesses. And about 11 years ago, I had a car accident. And unfortunately, the car accident left me pretty damaged. I was in an SUV and it flipped driver's side first, and I was a passenger. So I got the crunch, and I was airvac to a hospital and told I had a broken neck, and I was straight into surgeries. And it changed things, right? Like, I don't know. I think there's a lot of people that go through a lot of stuff, and we have opportunities to start over, right? And I don't know, maybe there's some people that are out there listening to this right now that are in an opportunity. For some people, maybe it was COVID. For some people, it's the death of a loved one, or a divorce, or sickness. For me, right? It took me well over a year to recover, and you have a lot of time to think about things during that time. And my thoughts were that, I had a business, but my business was really running me. I wasn't running it, right? I felt like I was on call all the time, And I didn't want to live my life that way. I didn't have a bad life, don't get me wrong, like, but I didn't have the flexibility in my life. I wanted to travel the world. I wanted to spend more time with my kids. I wanted to travel the world with my kids, right? Like, I was like, wait a second, you know, you have these moments in your life where you're like, I need to change something. Like, I need to change something and I want to do it now. And I literally got online and started Googling passive income. You know, I was like, okay, how do I get passive income? Because I think that's what I need. I hear the words. I had read the little purple book, right? Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Who hasn't read that? You know,
Yes.
and I was like, how do I get it? And, you know, actually a lot of things came up, you know, intellectual property, royalties, real estate, real estate, real estate, real estate kept popping up. And I was like, maybe I should get some real estate. And that was actually the beginning of my journey. And that was about 11 years ago. And I didn't have a lot of capital. So I started flipping because I needed money, right? I borrowed some money from my brother. I did flip my first home. I started making money and I was working still, right? Working for a living, working flipping. But I was making some big fat checks. And then I started reinvesting that into buy and holds. And you know, first a single family outside. I'm in Los Angeles. Yay, LA. I'm in Los Angeles, so I can't make cash flow in Los Angeles. So I started reinvesting in Memphis, Tennessee, and single family homes. I did one, and I was like, okay, that's not so bad. I can do this, you know. And I did another one, and then, you know, my toolbox just grew. And then I got several single families, and then I went on to multifamilies. And I have multifamilies in Tucson, Arizona. And I just finished my first developments this year. So it's a journey, right? It's like you start and you get some tools, and I got my license as an agent along the way, right? Because I was like, I'm leaving money on the table. I'm going to scoop all that up too. And you know, it's been like an incredible journey, but it's been an interesting one in the sense of getting to my goals, right? Which is like, I want financial freedom, right? I want that lifestyle. I want to be able to do what I want when I want. And granted, I've made some progress there. I'm not all the way there yet, but you know, it's really neat to see that grow like that. So yeah, that's how I got into real estate. It's been kind of a crazy journey. Oh, and along the way, about 4.5 years ago, I was like, where are all the women investors, right? You meet a lot of women agents, but you don't meet a lot of women investors. And I needed my girls around me. We do business differently. We're sharing resources. We're good at helping each other. And so I started the Women's Real Estate Network. And we're a network of women investors, all kinds of different investors. You know, we have a couple women that own 16 storage units across the US, and, you know, some women that are lenders. It's just a great network to be around, so that you can learn and get and foster resources, and it's fun. At least it is for me.
It
So,
is fun. Yeah, I mean, I've been to a few of your events, you know, live in person, pre-COVID, and then after COVID online, and it's amazing. They're like they're amazing events, and the women, you know, I think when you're involved with the community of women, we tend to share and want to help each other a little bit more.
We do. You know, you're like, I have a foundation issue. I'm like, I've got a foundation guy. Or, you know, I have a tenant. Oh, I have an attorney that can help you, or, you know, whatever. Like, we give that, right? We're like, all right, you know, help out. And it's that kind of community. So yeah, it's been really fun, and it's been really fun to foster those relationships, and you know, help other women and have them help me, right? That's what it's all about, you know? So yeah, it's been really good.
Yeah, it sure is. And it's just amazing to me. Like, it's story after story after story where something terrible happened to you. And look at what came out of that terrible situation. So that's amazing. And that's very inspirational. And we hear that again and again and again. It's like, okay, whatever is the worst thing in the world that has ever happened to you, like, really look at it and take a deep dive into it. And earlier today, we heard from Janet, you know, talking about all the negative thoughts that we have. And it's a matter of sitting back and thinking, like, why did this happen? And what good came out of this? And I mean, you're a perfect example.
You've got it spot on. And one of the things I didn't mention, which I'll mention right now, is that changing my life from, I was really transactional. I had created my own job, right, in my businesses, to changing into being an investor was something I didn't know how to do. And I knew it was going to take a lot of mindset. And that's actually when I started attending Tony Robbins events. I now work for him. I'm a trainer for him. He used to fly me out to the events, but now I'm here helping on virtual events, and I help people make those transitions. And what you realize is that there's a lot of uncomfortable in trying something new. And I think that's part of the reason too, with the Women's Real Estate Network, I wanted to see other women that were making it. I wanted to see people who I identified with making it. And I wanted to surround myself, peer group, right? I wanted to surround myself with those other women while I was still also changing my mindset about what was my possibilities, right? Mm-hmm. And I think you're right. Like, people go through things. And, it's a philosophy of Tony's, like, it's the story we tell ourselves afterwards. Was this, did this car accident happen to me, or did it happen for me? And if it happened for me, what was the lesson? The lesson was, wake up, Deborah. This life is once in a lifetime. Like, make the most of it and have some fun while you're doing it. Cause you just never know. So let's go all out, and that's what the story means to me. And I think we all have those opportunities in our lives to create what a story is. And so, yeah, I think that's really important in being mindful about the story that you're creating in your head around things.
Absolutely. And what just popped into my head, I was just having a conversation with an agent earlier today, and she was asking some questions. She's like, I don't have any friends, la da da. And I said, you have to attract those people to you. And I know I went through a certain time in my life where I felt like I didn't have any girlfriends, at least any girlfriends that were going to pull me up. Most of them were trying to pull me down. So I had to separate myself from those people in my life. But what I did the same thing that you did, Deb. I started creating events and coaching and doing all these trainings and these events where I'd get a speaker to come in, because I wasn't a speaker then, but I would host the event just like I'm doing today. And I would bring these people in, and then I would use that to then go attract people who thought the same things that I did, believed the same things that I did. And now, I mean, it's happened for you as well. I know it has. Like, we have this amazing group of people that we've all surrounded ourselves with. And I can't even count how many best friends I have at this point, but just because we've attracted them to us, right?
Well, and then just being in that kind of environment, I remember at one of my events that one of the biggest compliments I got was a speaker who was there, who has a righteous business of her own, turned to me about another speaker that was on stage and said, God, she makes me want to up my game. And I thought, yeah, that's what it's about, right? And I love being around people who make me want to up my game. I mean, you've been such a leader and inspiration to me in the Airbnb world, right? And I'm like, and a resource, right? I opened my first Airbnb this year, and I'm like, Amanda, blah, 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 right? And we're able to help each other, So it's surrounding yourself with those types of people that you want to be around, that make you want to up your game.
That's right? What it's all about, right?
Yeah, it is.
So as you know, we're talking to real estate agents today, and you being a real estate agent now as well, and an investor. Let's talk a little bit about how an agent makes that transition, because so many of these agents watching us today, they're stuck, and they're stuck in that hamster wheel of selling a house and getting paid. And so, how would someone make that transition into being an investor and creating that passive income? What would be your expertise?
Well, I mean, I guess the first thing I would say is, what's their outcome, right? I mean, I think we can all get comfortable in a transaction-based business, but you've really created yourself a job. Mm-hmm. You have to go from one transaction to the next. And, I've learned along the way, and I'm sure you've heard this too, Amanda, that, the only reasons we change are pain or pleasure,
Yep.
right? So is it your desire to have a more rich life? And when I say rich, I'm not just talking about financially rich. I mean, energy rich. I mean, time rich, all those types of wonderful riches. Or is it your thought that I can't do this for another 10 years like this, 20 years like this? It's, I'm not going to go from transaction to transaction that would be painful, right? So what's motivating you to make a change? Because we've got to be motivated to make a change. And then you have to start being aware of where your fears lie. I mean, I don't know. What do you think are the most common things that agents, I have my ideas of what agents tell themselves about the reasons they can't or won't invest.
I think the number one thing is time, because a lot of them are so busy helping their clients, right? They're helping their clients build their wealth and their legacies and their empires, but yet they don't have the time to build their own. And then some agents are like, well, I don't have the money. They're thinking that they have to use all of their own money, which is completely wrong. And we always preach other people's properties, other people's money. That's how you build. So I think those are probably the two biggest things that come to mind.
Those are totally what I was going to say, right? So, and I think the thing is that you've got to start thinking about this in terms of how do I overcome that, right? If it's your time, first of all, it's really interesting because agents are on the forefront of the field, right? They're the ones always on the MLS, always looking for those houses. And, if they see something that already they know is a good deal, because why? Because they're specialists in their market, by the way, right? I mean, they know how to comp things. They know what something is worth when they see it. And so it's, actually just incorporating into the whatever daily routine that they're already doing, to take it another step further. If there is a property that they think is a potential investment property, then what do they do with it? And it's having that next step, right? So, mitigating some of their experience, take on a partner. Take on a partner that wants to do what you want to do and learn how to do it from them so that you know how to do it, right? One of the fastest ways to learn to be an investor is to partner with other people who are investors, because they're going to teach you the ropes. They're going to teach you their way of looking at things. Yeah, I see that there's a margin for profit here. If we did this, this, and this, and tweak the numbers this way, we could make a profit on this. Why not partner with them? Why not learn from them, right? And the other thing is money, and I think that it's interesting that, people let money stop them. Money mindset is something, I could go on for days on. There's a ton of money out there. There's a lot of money that people are willing to lend you for, really good deals, but you've got to change what's up here first. You've got to have the mindset of opportunity and abundance, right? And once again, partnership. This is something that I look at and I think agents have had to train in fortifying their relationships, right? That's one of their biggest assets, right? Because you can forge relationships with other investors, more experienced investors. You can forge relationships with money partners. I mean, you guys are trained in that. Use that training.
Well, you just hit on a huge nugget, because the majority of real estate agents, they do see that great deal and then they call their investor. They don't even think like, how can I make this happen? I have an example. So I had a deal come across me a couple of weeks ago, and I knew it was a great deal. I knew that if we actually, went in and created two more bedrooms and a bathroom in the attic and completely finished that off, then we'd be able to make some great money. Well, I'm living in Cabo San Lucas right now, and this house was back in North Carolina. And so what did I do? I said, how can I make this deal work? So I partnered up with an investor. We did a subject to deal, which is pretty much leaving the existing mortgage in place. I paid the seller $5,000 to move out, and then she's going to get paid off whenever we completely flip the property. But the cool thing about this is I literally have $5,000 in this deal, and I'm not managing the project. The investor is managing the entire project. I don't have to be involved at all. And it's a matter of like looking at something and thinking, how can I make this work? Let's get creative.
Absolutely. And if you are working with investors and you see a deal for them, instead of calling them and saying, I have a deal for you, just calling them and saying, can we make this work together? Is there a way we could do this together? And finding out from them if they're open to something like that, and if you're not hanging out with investors, why aren't you? Go hang out with investors, learn their language, learn the way they run numbers, right? Learn about the side of things that you don't already know about, and but no, that you have so many assets already. You know how to comp, you know how to find deals, you know how to build relationships, really hone in and know that you have those assets. And that's something really valuable to offer somebody else as a partner. I mean, look, you looked at this opportunity in a different way. You secured the deal. You did it in a way that was hardly any money. I mean, that is a really great thing to bring to somebody else. I'd be happy to be in a, situation like that as an investor or as an agent, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you can learn this stuff, I mean, there's bigger pockets, there's the local real estate investment clubs, there's larger real estate investment clubs, there's communities like Deb runs. And there's also people out there that you can hire as your mentor. There's courses, there's things like that. Or just, hey, partner up with someone like Deb's saying and have a mentor in your local area. Just say, hey, can I shadow you? Can I work for free? Can I help you for free? They're going to say yes. Because those people, who are investing and running around, like they would love to have an apprentice or someone who's able to help them. So
who's just able to run comps for them, right? You already know how to do that. Like it's not a lot of skin off your back, and you might learn a ton from somebody else. It's good.
Yeah.
I think that stops agents a lot. And, and once again, but we have to go back to what's going to make you change. What is that vision of your life that you have? And, what are you going to do? I mean, we're coming up on a new year now. What are you going to do next year that's going to change your business so that you're not just transacting business and having a job, and you're not throwing investors other properties and making them wealthy, but you actually participate. I mean, what is it? The most millionaires are made in real estate. Mm-hmm. And, it's not hard to see when you're an agent. You see that all the time. And I think, though, you need to jump in the water, get in that stream, and start, figuring out how to get you some.
Yeah. And another mentor of mine always says, you never want to waste a good crisis. Millionaires are made in times like these. And yeah, we've been in a crisis for the last, 10 months, 11 months, whatever. But the thing is, there are the people who have not really done anything during this time. And then there's people that have completely risen and created courses, written books, done deals. I mean, they've done all kinds of amazing things. And that's the ones that you want to find. And that's the ones that you want to partner up with.
Yeah. And you mentioned something earlier, which is like having a mentor, having a coach. I mean, and that's that whole thing of having somebody who thinks differently than you, having somebody who's going to push you and challenge you or ask you those questions of, well, why didn't you, get yourself in on that deal? What's stopping you? Whatever, those hard questions, right? To like pull you along in what it is you want. I've had a lot of mentors and coaching, and I think I take that lead from the peer group that I hang around with. We believe in that. We believe that we need that kind of stimulation to move us forward and get us out of our comfort zone, and let's face it, it's easy being comfortable. Right?
It is. Absolutely. Hey, do one thing every day that scares you.
Right. I love that. And the fact of the matter is that if you aren't already living your best life, you're going to have to change something. You know, I saw this comic. I'd love to share it with you. I saw this comic one time, and it was this guy at a podium, and he's addressing a crowd. And the first picture says, "Who wants change?" And everybody in the crowd has their hands raised. And then this next picture says, "Who wants to change?" And nobody has their hands raised. Right? Because
Yep.
that's what it is. It's like, I want to change. I don't want this, but I'm not willing to change to get it. And you have to have a willingness and openness to make those changes, make those adjustments, get out into some discomfort and, go for it. Right?
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Surround yourself with the people who are going to make you uncomfortable. Do the things, wake up early, go to bed late. Like, hey, sometimes it's going to take a little less sleep for a few months, right? Just to get there.
There is a lot of people think, well, then I'm going to have to even work harder. And I'm like, maybe it's going to be fun. Have you ever thought of that? maybe this change in this process is actually going to feed something in your life or your soul, and it's going to be exciting. I mean, everybody kind of likes something new to a degree, right? It's an adventure. And it's keeping that kind of mindset going, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Awesome, Deb. This has been amazing. So I just love talking to you because you're on the same page. Like there's so many women that look up to you, especially within REN and all of Southern California, and you've got these chapters all over the place. If any of our listeners are interested in learning more about REN, how can they find out more information?
Absolutely. Our website is reninspires.com, WREN inspires.com. And, we're fairly dark in December's, but every month we have actually free events that you can attend. Or you can also find us on Meetup Pro. We're in 7 different areas, but during COVID, we actually went online. So we've got virtual membership as well. But if you want to attend a free event, our free events actually showcase our members and their case studies. So could be a flip, could be buy and hold, could be holding notes, could be, a mobile home park. You never know what you're going to get at the free event, but check us out, see if it's something that you're interested in. And then, if you are, join our community. It's a really great women's community. And if it doesn't appeal to you, or if you're a guy out there listening, you can always suggest it to your wife or your sister. But, my piece of advice is you need to surround yourself with people that are doing what you want to do. Those people that will introduce a new way of thinking to you, a new idea, and get you what you want. Because, I just want that mailbox money just coming into my account every month. And so that I can, go to Cabo and hang out.
Yes, I have a bedroom ready. I told you. I have an extra room.
Right. And if you want to just touch base with me personally, you can go to www.deborahrazzo, DEBORAH, and schedule a 15-minute call, and I'm happy to help. I'm happy to talk to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Deb. So yeah, I appreciate you spending some time with us today. I know the viewers appreciate this. It's always just amazing having a conversation with you. So any last little bit of advice for the audience before we wrap it up today?
Yeah, go for it.
Just do it, right?
Yeah.
You can talk about it all day long, but until you jump in and do it, it's not the same.
It is. And, have some fun, like don't build it up in your mind as something that's, going to be crazy, scary, like have some fun, meet some people, get with your right clan so that you can actually enjoy the process, and learn. Yeah.
Yep, be a sponge and soak it all up, just like you're doing today. So give yourself a pat on the back today because you're watching this. So that's the first step, right?
Yeah.
We're changing your mindset.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much, Amanda, for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to our next speaker. I want to welcome our next speaker today to the Wealthy Realtor Masterclass. And today we have the opportunity to speak with Ashley Wilson. And I found Ashley because I was researching like kick-ass real estate agents, or excuse me, kick-ass real estate investors. And she popped up. She's an active member in the Invest Her community. She's a huge flipper. She owns tons of apartment buildings across the United States. And she's also the co-founder of Bar Down Investments and How's It Look, which is like super cute name. So Ashley, thank you so much for being on today with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, absolutely. So, as you know, we are speaking to real estate agents today, and we're really speaking into their life, to their business. The agents that are watching this, most of them are crazy, busy, chaotic real estate agents. They just feel like they don't have the time or the knowledge or the money or the know-how to start investing in real estate. And so what our goal is really to help them make that shift and really understand the importance of building your legacy for yourself, not just your client. And so I want you to speak into that a little bit today. I know just from reading your bio and kind of what you've done, it's funny because you started out investing when you were living out of the country. Is that right?
I actually started before that. I started a little over 10 years ago with short-term rentals. So I did like Airbnb and then also house hacking. So if anyone doesn't know what house hacking is, it's renting out space to offset your expenses in, it could be an apartment, it could be your house, it doesn't matter. So that's how I started. And then I was actually working in pharmaceuticals. So similar in the sense that I only got paid when I worked. So as a realtor, you only get paid when you're doing transactions, and you quickly realize that when you work harder and you make more money, that money is not lasting money. It's not passive income. It's not a passive income stream, and you're almost on a treadmill. And once that treadmill turns off, so does your cash flow. So what I did is, even though I was making a really good salary when I worked in pharma. I worked in vaccine development. It dawned on me when I started investing on the side in real estate that you could have this passive income stream, and it made money while you slept. It made money whether it was a holiday or not. You were constantly making money. So I quickly transitioned out of pharmaceuticals into being a full-time real estate investor. And that's when I was living in Europe. So I lived in Europe and I invested in the US. My husband's job took us to Europe. So we were overseas for 4 years. And I co-founded the flipping company with my father about almost 7 years ago now. So we did that, and that business has taken off and it's done quite well. And then a few years ago, I started investing in apartments.
Oh my gosh. So just like the whole mother load. So we started out in the short-term rental market the exact same way. I didn't realize that. So I too took my dad down to Mexico for a natural cancer treatment down there. And we put our house on Airbnb and we did house hacking. So that's what got us into the whole Airbnb amazingness journey that we've been on for the past few years.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I hope your dad's okay.
Yeah, well, we actually lost him last year, but not to the cancer. We cured the cancer, but other things come into play when you're not expecting it. So
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you. It's always about turning your mess into your message, right?
That's right.
Find the good out of that. And we would have never found Airbnb and short-term rentals if that hadn't happened, to tell you the truth. So we were on the long-term plan. We were on the buy long-term rental properties and build that up to 200-300 properties, and then we could retire. But you're way over that. You're actually way over that with your multifamily unit. So can you tell our audience, I know that we're kind of skipping ahead a little bit, but I want to know, like, what took you from starting out with single family homes, with house hacking, like what made you do that jump into multifamily?
Flipping houses is another job. You're only making money on the sale. So that is in terms of talking about ways you get paid, it's one way you get paid. Now, obviously, it can leverage coaching and things of that nature, writing a book or something like that, and that could be additional passive income streams we could make. But in terms of the actual property, that specific asset, you're getting one source of income. So it's great surges of income because on flipping, I mean, we do quite well in it. So you get these capital infusions, but it's a high tax basis, and that's one reason why we invest in real estate. So to offset our taxes, a hedge against inflation. So ultimately, what fits our lifestyle, what fits our appetite for investing was multifamily. Multifamily is a hedge against inflation. It is an incredible asset for deferring your tax exposure. It's an asset-backed investment, like all real estate is. And then you get paid so many ways. You get paid on acquisition fee, management fee, disposition fee, or other capital transaction fee. You also get paid through cash flow, so through rents, your net income. You can use that as additional cash income stream. And then last but not least is your profits, your gains. So there's just more ways in which you can get paid. And also one thing is it's more favorable when you scale. The returns are better. The working with a larger group is better. It's easier to secure loans. There's just so many favorable things about multifamily. So it was a no-brainer for us to make the jump.
Right. Absolutely. It's the same thing. It's like, you can trade time for dollars. You can go sell a house, get paid, flip a house, get paid. But you guys realize that with the flipping, it's like one time, right? For these real estate agents, I think that's what a lot of the audience here is experiencing right now. It's like, I'm so busy because I have so many clients. And like, even though it's COVID time, everyone's still busy. And so they're all wrapped up in the busyness of being a real estate agent. And like we said, being that hamster on the wheel. So I speak into a lot of the real estate agents, like in the very beginning, like how do you actually start out? And I would love to hear your advice on that too, because I'm big into when you go to a listing appointment, you're not only giving them that one option of, hey, let's list your house. You're giving them multiple options. You're giving them an owner financing option, a subject to option, rent to own option, Airbnb, whatever it is. And so I think what we can bring to the table here for this audience, for these real estate agents, is thinking about going to meet your clients in a different manner, like an investor would, right? So are there any tips or guidelines or anything that you want to say to the realtors out there that are like, well, I just go on listing appointments and offer to list their house, even though it needs a boatload of work, like perfect opportunity. So what would you say to those agents?
So a couple things. One is that you're going to be busy doing anything in life. So choose your busy. If you want to be busy doing real estate transactions for the rest of your life, and we just spoke about your father who, was sick, and what kind of lifestyle would you have to have lived if you didn't have real estate supplementing your income so you could spend extra time with your father during those critical moments? I mean, that's something that real estate provides as an opportunity that maybe, if you had just focused on doing transactions, that wouldn't have that those extra moments with your father, you may not have been able to have because you would have had to sacrifice those moments to be able to, have food on the table kind of thing. So there's examples like that. And then also too, just from a getting started perspective, I have two stories, and I always tell these stories about my experience with realtors because it's literally like night and day. So my first realtor that I worked with in single family investing, the sweetest, kindest person I had ever met, really great person as a friend, but not a good person to do business. And to me, real estate's just a business. I have enough friends. I don't need extra friends. I don't need my realtor to be my friend. I need my realtor to help me be more successful. So my realtor didn't come with that mindset though. She came as a residential minded realtor who just thought, you know, I get them this sale on the purchase, and then I get it on the back end when they sell and renovate the home. So that was very advantageous for her. But what she didn't realize, and I think most realtors don't realize this when they're working with investors, is you need to work twice as hard or 3 times as hard on the front end, because I'm never going to be embarrassed by an offer. I don't care if the house is listed for 500,000. If I think the house is worth 300,000, I'm probably going to start off with an offer at 250 or 275, and I'm not even going to bat an eye, and I'm going to need it submitted, and I'm going to need it done right away. And people who are realtors who are not focused on the investor mindset, they don't want to do that. They feel like that's embarrassing for them. And they also feel like it also too is, a waste of time, because you're looking at a lot of houses, you're writing up a lot of offers which have a low acceptance rate, but you have to change your mindset. So the mindset shift is, I'll tell you about the second realtor I worked with, and maybe, everyone will kind of understand where I'm going with this. The second realtor I worked with had little to no experience, so was not tainted by residential retail customers. He was very focused on investors. That's all he worked with. He would show a house at the drop of a hat. He would, he always knew any house I called about, he would know all the details to it. He was never embarrassed. In fact, sometimes he told me I was offering too much and we would lower the offer. He had a completely different mindset. What did he gain out of that experience? He gained out of that experience the ability for us to actually be able to scale. So we increased the volume of his transactions because he made it easier for us to do business. That's number one. Number two, he got access to free education from us as investors. He kept asking us tons of questions and we kept feeding him the answers because it helped us grow bigger. And it also helped him become an investor himself. What did he do? He used that knowledge and he became an investor himself. We shared resources. He didn't even have to go out and find, oh, who's going to do my drywall? Who's going to do my insulation? He picked up the phone and called, can I use your drywall or insulation guy? Because we already had a built-in system. And of course we're going to help him because he has helped us. So his career went and skyrocketed, and he's a full-time investor now. And the other person who, I'm still good friends with, she's a great person, it's just staying stagnant. So I think if you look at this situation as an opportunity to get into real estate, and, it's great to have those clients who want 7-figure houses. That's great, but that's typically a one-time transaction. Those people aren't moving a lot. It's like flipping. You get one cash surge. But if you focus on investor focused clients, you can have a really good opportunity to skyrocket your career, skyrocket your passive investments, and you'll grow further because of that opportunity. Now, you have to be more disciplined about it. You can't go after the shiny object, those $1 million houses. You have to be in the trenches and help your investors grow, because then you can grow with them. But the great thing about it is not a lot of people are doing it. So in terms of competition, there are a lot of people trying to target people who have $1 million+ houses. There are not a lot of people who are targeting investors. So in terms of being, it's better to be the best at something than just another face in the crowd. So that's the recommendations I would give to all of you listening.
Wow, that's some great advice. And how do you feel about, you already have your amazing real estate agent, but as an investor, don't you feel like most investors want to work with a real estate agent that actually is an investor themselves, or maybe someone who's like your guy, who's like eager to learn and do that? But I found that like a lot of people, when I was active as a buyer's agent and a listing agent, I had a lot of investors coming to me because they saw my story where I did have investment property. I was flipping. I did have long-term rental properties. And the biggest reason why they came to me was because I was an investor. So do you feel like it's important to be an investor if you're going to be working with investor clients?
100%. You should be an investor. And we actually don't work with him in that capacity anymore. He's not our agent. My husband actually got his license and does all of our transactions once we moved back to the States. But the story doesn't end there, because the story continues because we partnered with him on another business. So to me, going after someone who is an investor, there's so much opportunity, more than just like, this, what's immediately in front of you. What's immediately in front of you is the next investment. But there's also, past that is the building up of a company. You already know that you guys can work together. You're like-minded, you have different strengths. And here, this is something you can actually leverage and be able to build like a really good company and brand together, because you're both well known within the space for investing. So people are naturally going to think of you to when they want to send a deal. So to your point, people are probably coming to you and you were like, great, because this expands my outreach. So if they don't want a property, I might take it, or vice versa. Now when I talk to someone and I'm talking to them about a property in X market, I can also say, hey, do you also service Y market? Because I'm looking in that area. And that becomes another lead gen for you as a realtor investor working for a client.
Yeah, absolutely. Makes perfect sense. So, okay, that leads me into another question for you. So, your husband went and got his license. I hear a lot from real estate agents that they're scared to represent themselves on their own transactions. Would you like to speak a little bit into that?
We have division of responsibilities. So my husband is not part of the company with my dad and myself. And we did that intentionally because there is a different code of ethics when I walk into the property with my dad with a homeowner and someone says to me, what do you think the value of your home is? If they say, what do you think the value of my home is? I can say to them, it's worth $1. My husband can't say that. My husband's a licensed realtor. He is separate of our business. So, that is one way in which we have division of responsibilities. I always like to try to always create another arm's length in negotiation, so it doesn't fall on you. So if you're negotiating on behalf of yourself, the seller doesn't need to know that, or the buyer, depending on what type of transaction is. What you can say is, I represent a group. I have to consult with my partner. You always put it off like that, because it's easier to negotiate when someone knows it's not directly, like they're not talking directly to you. So when you're buying and someone's saying, I know that you're the buyer and the agent, you can say, yes, I am the buyer and the agent, but I have a partner that I consult with. That could be your spouse. Like, that doesn't necessarily have to be a formalized partnership. It can be a consultant. I mean, it really could be anything. You're not lying, because most people don't buy in a silo. They normally talk to someone about it. So I would just use that as an opportunity to, create a little distance to help you in the negotiation process.
Yep, great advice. Absolutely, keeping it separate. So, I want to jump into the book that you wrote and why you wrote that book. It's The Only Woman in the Room, and you interviewed, or you've had other authors come in and write as well, and these are all women real estate investors. What was the reason why you wrote that book? Did you feel like you were the only woman in the commercial multifamily arena?
So, ironically, I have always grown up in settings where it was predominantly male. My dad was a general contractor. When we had off school, we'd always go to the job site, me and my brother. So, I was always around a bunch of men. My high school was all boys, before the first class of girls, which I was the first class of girls. So there was a lot of situations in my life where I was one of a few. I wasn't even like 40% minority. I was like less than 10% minority. And it never really dawned on me. I really kind of didn't pay attention to it until I went to a real estate event put on by Dave Van Horn titled Mid-Atlantic Summit. It's held in Philadelphia every year. And at that event, the co-founders of the Real Estate Investor Organization, Liz Faircloth and Andressa Gadelli, invited all the women in attendance to have lunch together. We squeezed just 2 tables together. And as everyone was sitting, getting to know each other, I was dumbfounded when I looked around the room and noticed out of 450 people in attendance that only 16 of us were women. And at that moment, it just came over me like, I need to do something about this. I need to really make a stance for women in real estate, not just commercial real estate in general. So on the way home, my husband and I were driving, and I said to him, I'm going to write a book. It's called The Only Woman in the Room. And this was about 3 years ago. And I said, I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do this. So, about 2 years ago to about a year ago, I was very intentional about every single woman that I met, really deep diving into their story, learning who they are without telling them why I was doing it. But I was secretly interviewing these women to see if I thought they'd be a good fit for the book. And then once I did that for about a year, I had a short list of women that I wanted to have in this book. And it was really important to me that there was a diverse background of experience, a diverse background just in the woman that they were and are, from financial to age to, I mean, you name it. Like a lot of people are not from the US originally. They have different upbringings. We have authors from Europe and Canada and Brazil and India and US. And I mean, it's really a diverse group of women. And then also too, on different points of their investing career. I think as women, we think that a woman is only successful once they've reached like a certain pinnacle of success, but we don't have that same barrier when we look at men and define their success. I think this book is something that we've been able to really highlight women who have achieved success on different levels. And my ultimate goal was anyone who picked up this book, man or female, could identify with at least one person and be able to gain insight and knowledge, because it's a mix. I think in the beginning, I was trying to really get some inspiration going, but then this book is packed with knowledge. And that's something I think as women, we naturally do. We're always giving with information. And this book is just another example of it.
Yep, absolutely. I can't wait to read it. So yeah, I love that. And the fact that you went through and you spent that much time interviewing these women, I mean, I can only imagine the stories in this book. So if any of the viewers today want to get a copy of this book, how can they get it? I know you're a Amazon bestseller.
Yes, they can get it on Amazon. It's called The Only Woman in the Room, Knowledge and Inspiration from 20 Women Real Estate Investors. You can also get it through the Real Estate Investor community. So that's therealestateinvestor.com/book.
Awesome. Thank you. So last thing, as we are talking to these real estate agents, what are kind of your last tips, your last advice for someone sitting back watching right now and they're like, gosh, I really want to do this. I just don't know how to get started. What would be like that first step?
The first step to getting started with anything is put a date down in which you are going to take action, and then work backwards on all the little mini milestones you need to take that action. So for example, if you want to attend a meetup, as simple as that, then if it's, by Friday and it's a Monday, then put on Tuesday, you're going to look up at least 5 different meetup groups that that you have interest in, and figure out which one is best suited for you. There's a lot of things that are really difficult about COVID. And, I'm not trying to discount anyone's experience with COVID, but one amazing thing about COVID is it has given us access to people that we didn't otherwise have access to. And it has given us availability to obtain information at any hour of the day, through live streams, through so many different technological outlets that we didn't have before. So use this as an opportunity. Instead of spending your Saturday night watching TV, watching a movie, doing something that is not really going to change you in any direction to get you out of the routine, sacrifice that time and put time into making a change in your life. And it's amazing how all these little changes add up. Everyone's talking about, Ashley, you're all over the place and this is overnight. This is not overnight. This is an 11-year process. I've worked extremely hard. Honestly, I've worked my ass off. I've sacrificed a lot. I've sacrificed friends. I've sacrificed weekends. I've sacrificed holidays to get to where I am. And I continue to do that because I know that it works. So just make the sacrifice today, and it's amazing what you'll accomplish tomorrow.
I love that. Yes, it's not an overnight success. It's a 10-year success that no one saw. No one saw the hard work going into it.
I mean, the book alone, everyone's like, you have this book. Where did this book come from? And I'm like, well, 3 years ago, like it's not something. And by the way, this isn't the first book idea I had. It's not like I just came up with an idea, wrote it, interviewed women, wrote it down. I mean, I have other books in the works. I have outlines written. I mean, they've been in the works for years, longer than this book. So all of those steps, though, helped me to get this book launched. It's not lost what I gained from, being turned down on other books, because I have been. So, I mean, honestly, it really it's about being tenacious. And if you're tenacious and you keep working hard, as I always quote this, but my father-in-law always says, what is the quote? It's the harder I work, the luckier I am, as a joke, because everyone associates it with luck, but it's not, it has nothing to do with luck. It's how hard you work. And if you're willing to work hard, anything is possible.
Yeah, hard and smart. You have to have the smartness in there too, because you can work
Absolutely.
hard selling 50 homes a year, 100 homes a year yourself. You can work hard doing that, but you're not working smart. So
Yep.
That's very important to know the differences there. And as we go on today, we are going to be speaking with a lot of people who have worked very smart and built huge investment portfolios as well, as Ashley has. So Ashley, I just want to say thank you so much for spending your time with us today. If anyone here wants to get in touch with you, how should they do that? How should they follow you or contact you?
You can follow me on Instagram at Badash Investor. It's a play on words. So BADASH Investor. And likewise online at www.badashinvestor.com.
I love that. Bad Ash Investor. You are very smart with your words, with the house it look and the Bad Ash Investor. I love it.
Thank you.
Fantastic. All right. Thanks for joining. And we're going to be moving on to our next speaker today. All right, everyone. I am super excited to introduce you to our next host today. So actually our next speaker, who is a host, an Airbnb host, as a matter of fact, and her name is Julie George, and she is actually in Australia, which I love Australia so much. Julie has built a mega Airbnb hosting business, more along the lines of property management. And now she is enjoying the passive income lifestyle because she has recently sold that business as well. So Julie, welcome to the call today.
Hello, g'day from Australia, as I should say. So thank you so much for having me, Amanda. It's just an absolute pleasure to finally get to speak to you and to your viewers. So hello, everybody out there.
Yes. So Julie, today we are talking to real estate agents, and we are speaking to real estate agents who might not know exactly, what it looks like to have passive income. They're busy, right? It's a hot market. They're trading time for dollars. They're selling a house. They're getting paid. And we're just trying to get them on track, right? Getting their mindset right, wrapping that around the passive income lifestyle, like figuring out what that is and how we did that. And so that's who our audience is today. So Julie, I know we've chatted a little bit in the past, and I just love our conversations and just see us doing some big things together. And Julie focuses, like I said, on more of the property management and hosting, which we're going to get into a little bit more, as I'm completely different. I focus on the arbitrage route, which is where we're actually, taking control of the property. So it's two completely different strategies. And so that's why I'm so excited to have Julie on today. So Julie, how in the world did you get started in this?
Look, it's an incredible story. It blows me away even being able to share it with others. But it's one that can, if it happened to me, it can happen to anybody that's tuning in right now and can listen in. Look, I was working as a real estate agent. So, sitting in open homes 7 days a week, busting my bottom to make $1, because it's not as easy as the the TV shows make out that it's, you can go and sell $1 million worth of real estate tomorrow. Well, sorry, folks, in reality, it just doesn't happen. And we all know that. So sitting in open homes, dealing with property investors who were looking to either sell for a loss and just were heartbroken, or looking to put their properties on a long-term lease and deal with the tenancy issues. So it was just, it occurred to me that there must be a better option. There must be a better way and a better return on income for these people that have put all their hard-earned money into these properties. Look, the way that I discovered Airbnb was purely, I had also amassed a few properties myself throughout the years, and I'd always loved investing in property with the thought that one day it was going to increase in value and I was going to make lots of money. Yeah, what a joke. So where I live in Australia, unfortunately, I'm near the Great Barrier Reef up in the far north of Queensland, and we have had a flat market for 15 years. The market hasn't moved. It's been stagnant. And I had a long-term tenant give me notice. I had a little one-bedroom, fully furnished property. It became available, and I thought, right, I'm going to give this Airbnb thing a go. They're talking it up. They're saying how wonderful it is. Let's put some linen in. Let's connect the Wi-Fi. I'll put the electricity in my name, and I'm going to just list it. And it was as simple as listing a property for sale. So it was easy. I got the professional photos, put the great description in, and popped it up online. Within hours, I had people responding. Now, let me give you some figures. I was getting $240 a week. So we talk weekly rents over here in Australia. So just work that out on your monthly calculation, $240 a week. I then, as soon as I put it on Airbnb, I was averaging $600 a week. Cha-ching, the light bulbs go off. But it wasn't actually then that I had thought, okay, well, let's move into a business. It actually came a few weeks later when I had an investor who had flown in from interstate. They came to see me because they were chasing a positively cash flowed property. That old chestnut. It's like finding a unicorn these days where I live. And I had to disappoint this lady and say, I'm sorry, there just isn't any of those sorts of properties available, but let's create one. And so we went out and I found 5 different properties that I think that this lady would like to vacation in herself. I said to her, all right, choose the one that you want to vacation in, because this is going to not only be an investment to make money, this is going to be somewhere that you can enjoy and have a life and come and visit with your family. So we chose a little property. And where I live, you can get them very cheaply. So it was a little 1-bedroom apartment. She was able to purchase that property for, I think it was $150,000. So it was very cheap. She purchased that property. So I finally made some commission. Hooray. So there's number 1 income stream. Number 2 income stream was when I suggested to her that we should furnish this property and get it ready for listing on the short-term rental market. Guess who put her hand up to go and do all the furnishings for a fee, of course. So that was to number 2 income opportunity. Number 3 income opportunity came when she needed someone to manage the property, and she lived interstate. Now, even though I was working as a full-time real estate agent, I thought there's 24 hours in the day. Surely I don't need to sleep. I'm going to offer to manage this property for her. So I photographed it, listed it exactly as I did for myself. And once again, her success was similar to how mine went off. Bang, whistles and firecrackers with the money that was coming in, to the point where she actually 6 months later, she came back to me and said, Julie, that was so awesome. Let's do it again. And so I went out, found her a second property and did it all again. I don't think she's even seen this second one to this day. So she was just so impressed. But it was at that moment that I thought, there is something in this, and I'm going to create a property management business based around Airbnb and short-term rentals. Very new concept in Australia. It does exist in the States already. And it was very easy. I've got to actually say, as coming from a real estate background with that knowledge of how leases work, how tenants operate, the software, the trust accounting, all that type of thing, I already had that knowledge. I just had to, it was like mixing a real estate agency with a hotel experience. imagine if those two industries had a baby. That's what we came up with. And look, you know, it took me 2.5 years, but I got to 130 properties to manage, $8 million income. And it was the best thing I ever did, you know, and managed to sell the business, write a book, now live a passive lifestyle where I don't have to work. I can work if I want. But I get to talk to some cool people all around the world, just like you guys, and help others achieve the same sort of experience in the sharing economy.
Oh my gosh.
I
love that, Julie. So what stuck out to me about what you just said is you are a normal real estate agent, a busy real estate agent who had what, four long-term rental properties?
So I had probably about 4 or 5 at that time that I was I owned and I was looking after on the side that were mine. And trying to sell real estate, which is hard work. I don't know how those people on TV, you know, the multi-million, what is it called? The millionaire. Anyway, those smarty pants on TV, on HGTV, and that make it look so easy. It's not.
No, it's definitely not. So it's so funny. I didn't know that's how you actually got started, because we got started with our own house too, because we had 15 long-term rental properties. And then we had our personal property. And then we went to Mexico for a while and we rented our personal property, and it paid the mortgage in the first 2 weeks. And we're like, wait, what? So that's exactly how we got started too. I love that. Okay. So we both took different routes. So I started with my properties that I owned, of course, and then I also started doing the arbitrage route, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But you took a very different route, because then you're actually making even more money, because now you're selling the properties to the investors, and now you're turning around. You're not on the hook for a rent payment every month, because you're just managing the properties for them.
Correct. I like to risk sometimes, but I don't like to risk my own money very often. And I just couldn't commit to a lease, and knowing that if something went wrong, there was a pandemic perhaps, that I would have to be responsible for that lease payment. So I just chose the route of, let's profit share. Let's take the money in. Let's share that income that comes in. And I really looked at it like a property manager would. I just went, okay, long-term leases work. Why not? Let's make it a nightly lease and a daily rate instead of a monthly rate. And it was pretty easy to sort of understand. And you know, I guess I love the idea of hosting someone in a property. And I mean, I have made all the mistakes, and you know, I've tried and tested everything to do with hosting properties. I mean, my first property, the one I was talking about, I decided I should provide a mini bar and have sodas and crisps and chocolates, and I probably put about $20 worth of snacks in this Airbnb to start with. I soon learned that I didn't need to even do that, but it was fun. Like, it was just cool to come up with a bit of a welcome gift, or to meet these people from all around the world. And I guess I really chickened out I looked at that arbitrage and I thought, gee, I wonder if property owners are going to be more enticed by a regular, stable income, or are they going to be lured by this desire to be on Airbnb? And a lot of property owners are interested in being on Airbnb. They just don't have the time. They don't have the skills. They don't have the know-how to operate them. And I guess that's where I came in. And because it was attractive to me the same way, I just thought, all right, we'll give this a go. I'll always have that guaranteed option in the background, but I didn't ever have to use it, which was just terrific. And I know a lot of people that go down the arbitrage model are super successful, and hats off to you, because I think I still try and get my head around, how do I convince people to give me their properties? And I guess that's where, Amanda, you and I are just like the yin and the yang, because you've done it so successfully. I've done the management model successfully. And I just think it's just incredible. Whatever path you decide to go down, it is one of the best experiences you can ever endeavor.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my gosh. So when you did this, did you have to go out and start your own real estate brokerage and your own property management company, or did you do this? Were you with another brokerage?
I was with another brokerage, and I'm going to tell you a very interesting story about this because, and I hope that my old boss isn't listening, but too bad, because I am making more money than him, and I stole a lot of his staff. So I was working for this family-owned brokerage, and I went to the owner of the business and I said, I've got this idea. I think we should do short-term rentals, and it's going to be amazing. We're going to, this is how we're going to run it. Showed him the full business plan. Do you know what the response was? He laughed at me. He laughed out loud, like I said I was going to open a lemonade stand. What?
Wow.
So
Well, you know what, Julie? Blockbuster laughed at Netflix when they came in, right?
So I handed my resignation in. I left. I started my own business. I got my own licenses, my own trust account. I stole his very best salesperson to come and work with me eventually, about 12 months later, and God, it felt good. And within a few months of me opening my business, my turnover was higher than his ever had been. And I know this sounds a bit nasty and a bit bitchy, but it just goes to show that if you've got an idea, follow through on it. Or if someone comes to you that works for you with an idea, don't laugh at them, because it may just be a multi-million-dollar earning idea. And if it doesn't cost anything to try, my business, the concept for me to start up that management business, $9,000 is all I put into it. I didn't have a lot of money at that stage, a lot of spare cash. So I put 9,000 into software, computers. When I first started, there was a glossy magazine that went out to property investors. So I did I did a couple of full articles and full page advertising advertisements in that magazine. And they are still around today. They were so long lasting, but it was all about giving information to the public and establishing myself as being the Airbnb guru or the Airbnb expert in my area. It took a little while to build that profile and that branding, but I can tell you it's probably one of the best things you can do. If you're looking to get into this business, you have to establish yourself as being the expert, so that when the thought crosses the mind of the property investor, the first person they're going to come to when they want to put it into action and put their property on the listing or list their property, they're going to come to you. And that's exactly what happened to me. So I did put the money in initially to establish that branding. And and then I tell you what, the business just went in leaps and bounds, up and up and up with the model that I created. And that's something I guess a little bit special as well, is that I kind of created a franchise model in that as soon as I had 10 properties that I could manage, I put what I called a co-host or a hosting partner on, kind of like a property manager. So I put one person in charge of the 10 properties out of the beaches, for example. Now they were in charge of messaging. They were in charge of meeting the guests, and we would always eyeball meet the guests. I know that's a bit different to a lot of people now with their technology, and they can let people in with their smart locks. I still like the personal experience of meeting every person and seeing if they were walking in with a keg of beer and a boom box. Well, they weren't allowed to come in. That happened more than once. And making sure that the property owner's most valuable asset of that house was well looked after. So meeting and greeting, cleaning, laundry, they were in charge of the whole lot, but they would get a percentage of the commission from me plus the cleaning fee. So we would essentially split the profits. They had their own little portfolio. I could work on my business, not in it. And it just worked beautifully. So it was like I was running an umbrella company, all these little franchises underneath. And that's how we scaled so quickly.
That is genius. Oh my gosh. So when you were doing your marketing, were you marketing to more of the existing landlords in that area that were looking to get into short term, or to people who were looking to purchase to actually have a rental and actually make a cash flow on it?
It's a really good question. And in the beginning, I wanted everyone. I wanted everyone, anybody, any property, any owner. And I soon learned that was a bit of a mistake. be fussy, folks. Don't just target everybody. Don't take any property. In fact, one of the first properties I had, was known as being in the crack house. You can only imagine what sort of reviews I was receiving about the nightly visits from the police. So we soon got rid of that. But no, I guess in the beginning, my target market, I originally thought, right, the people that I need to probably target are existing property owners who don't live in the property. So investors who maybe live out of town, and they might only use their property once a month, once a year, or on a very casual basis, or maybe they don't even get the chance to use it at all. I mean, typically when they were renting out to long-term leases, you don't get to stay in your own property. You've owned this property for 10 years, you've never used the bathroom, and so with this, we were able to sort of say, look, would you like to? And part of our marketing in the beginning was, imagine staying in your own property and using your own property whenever you want. But then when it's vacant, we will make you so much money that you'll get above market returns and above, and so we would talk about long-term leases compared to short-term rental income, just showing the difference of what they could earn. So that was kind of the initial thought. The other target market that was very successful, and this is one that not a lot of people think about, is people that go on vacation for themselves, or just like you and your partner, Amanda, you were saying you went to Mexico and then you listed your property because you don't want it vacant. You almost want the security of having someone in there to look after it while it's, it's on, you're away. So if you're vacationing we would make it a minimum 6 weeks. So I would actually recommend at least 2 months that you want to take on a property, a minimum of say 2 months. But you could actually say, folks, if you're going on a vacation yourself, let me look after your property while you're away. And a great story I remember right from the beginning was there was a couple that were teachers. Now they wanted to go to Africa. They wanted to go backpacking. They were in their 60s, but they finally got enough money to go to Africa and go backpacking. Now they thought they were going to be able to go for, I think it was 2 months. I started making so much money on their home. I kept messaging them going, you can't come back. You need to stay away. And I think they ended up being away for 6 months in total. And it was the most amazing experience for them personally. They just got to live go on this amazing adventure. But also we were making, their house was nothing. It was a 3-bedroom, 1 bathroom, pretty basic place. And in Australia, we have lots of crazy wildlife. So their house was known for having frogs come in, snakes come onto the balcony, kangaroos in the backyard. But it was the perfect experience for especially the Asian market. The Japanese loved it. They wanted to live in the crazy Australian jungle. They would come and stay in this house, pay $700 a week. Now the long-term market price on it would probably be $250, $300. So that's all they ever thought that they were going to get. Suddenly they're getting $700 a week because of all these amazing, people that want to come and experience their wildlife. And they were able to extend their trip. So I guess that's another market that, please, folks, if you're listening, tuning in, there are so many opportunities there that you could, I guess, if you can see a problem that's out there, if you can solve that problem and help other people with their issue, it's a win-win. And it just, it's a great feeling.
Yep. And let's just take this down a notch. For those of you watching and you're like, oh my God, it would be amazing to take a 2-month vacation or a 3-month vacation.
Yes.
Guys, you can do this. And if you go to the right areas in the world, you can do this for free because your house is paying for it. My house in North Carolina paid me $3,000 last year to live in it. I think I was there for like 3 or 4 months because I travel a lot, right? But you can totally do that, just like Julie's saying. And if you live in an area that there's, of course, right now it's kind of weird with events, but if there's big events going on, then you can rent your house out. It's called house hacking. You can rent your house and you can make so much money and you can go take that 2-month vacation. Yep. So just let this sink in and don't be afraid to think outside of the box for once, right?
Yeah. And even the most unique properties, if you've got an apartment in the backyard, or if you've got an RV. Like you could rent out list your RV on Airbnb. A boat is amazing, and the most ridiculous concepts work. The most popular Airbnb we have right now in the city that I live in is an igloo on the beach. And I know it is so random. For years and years, we would look at this igloo on the beach and go, who put that there? Like, why? Now it has become the most popular place to stay because the owners have turned it into an experience. And of course you want to stay in an igloo in the tropics. Why wouldn't you? So guys, think, like Amanda said, take the blinkers off, think outside the square, and you just might find that you have some income earning potential in your backyard.
Yep, absolutely. Julie, we have a few minutes left, and I just want to talk a little bit about, you know, the lifestyle that you have created for yourself, because you literally built this business in 2.5 years, 3 years, and then you sold it. And so now, like, what does life look like when you don't have to run this anymore? What do you do with all your time?
Am I allowed to say bloody awesome? I'm going to say it again. It's bloody awesome. It's amazing. And I guess I was fortunate 6 months before COVID hit. Okay, so I got a tap on the shoulder. Julie, we would like to buy your business. And it was from a bigger Airbnb property management company. And there are plenty out there. So when we're talking about building these businesses, it is a saleable business. And it is, for my real estate friends out there, you value it very similar to you would value a rent roll. And that's exactly what you're doing with this property. Whether it's arbitrage or whether it is management, you can sell your business. So build up this asset and then have an exit strategy. My exit strategy was based around this book. Now, I had written this book after my first year in business because a lot of people kept saying, how have you done it? What have you done? They were just fascinated by the story. I also had a 20-year-old son who didn't know what his mother had done. So I thought I need to write a book so I've got a legacy, because this thing's going to outlast me. And so the book took off. It became a bestseller around the world. And suddenly I was getting lots of opportunities for speaking, to meet people like yourself, Amanda, and to travel the world. Just amazing. And it's just, you know, my cup of tea, absolutely, to do that type of thing. So in order to do that, I was still running the business. And even though the business was pretty much running itself, you still have 130 properties. I'm responsible ultimately for those 130 properties because it's my name on it. Even though my managers were running it for me, I still had about 300 or 400, 500 people a night that were staying in Julie's properties. So that stress is still there. So I really decided that it was time to sell the business because the right money, and it would free me up to just have fun. So it was time to sell. So since then, I sold the business, but I also made sure I sold the business to someone who was going to look after my business as I had created it. And if anyone's interested, they can look up Host My Home is the name of the business in Australia. But I wanted it to stay the same. I wanted the franchise model to sort of exist as it was. The owners, the employees, all to keep, the same sort of conditions that I had set up for them. And my adoptive parents, the people that bought my business, they did. They have looked after it. Unfortunately, they've suffered a little bit with COVID, but they'll bounce back. COVID, this isn't going to be forever, guys. So I guess right now is the perfect time to establish such a business, because when we do regain our travel and now the borders open and the vaccines are out, you want to be in the prime position of having a portfolio of short-term rental properties that people can come and stay in. And I guess the future, and I'm sorry I'm diverting a little bit from your question, Amanda, but I'm so excited about this industry in that, the world is a bit awful at the moment with what's going on, but it's not going to be forever. And I think in the future, travelers are going to want to stay in a property where they can cook their own meals, wash their own clothes, have space, and know that they're not just in a hotel room. I think the future of travel is somewhere where we're going to have to offer high and fast Wi-Fi. So, that's one of the very first photos you need to always put on your listings is how powerful your Wi-Fi is that you're offering. but yeah, the kitchen space, that type of thing. So I really think that in the future, this industry will be dominating over the hotel industry. Folks, if you're tuning in and you're listening to Amanda and myself right now, jump on board, get in fast, get in, establish yourself as an Airbnb expert in your area, create your property management business, choose the arbitrage model or the management model, whichever one it works. It was worked for both Amanda and I. And get in now, get in before your competitors do, and just, embrace it, because it's not going away. If you don't join them now, yeah, it's you might miss out. So
Yeah.
I can't even remember what your question was now. Sorry, Amanda.
I don't either, but what's so beautiful about 2020 is it created this other rental. So now we're doing midterm rentals.
Yes.
I don't know if that's big where you are, Julie, but we shift, we went from straight up Airbnb to midterm rentals. So now a midterm rental is where we have guests coming in for 1, 2, 3 months, sometimes even 6 months. But they're doing the exact same thing. They're renting for fully furnished, all utilities included, just bring your suitcase. And we're calling those midterm rentals. And we would have never thought about doing them unless COVID came.
Well, look at yourself, Amanda. I'm looking at your bookshelf behind you, and it needs a few more items, because you've just done exactly what you're talking about. You've gone to Cabo. You're a midterm renter yourself, and I just can see that this is the future. It's, so many people now are working via Zoom. They're not having to go into an office. So why do you need to stay in the city that you're currently in? You can go and work anywhere you want. And I know Cabo is much more appealing than, being somewhere where it's cold or it's raining or, so we most definitely have seen the same here. And what I've seen the most successful property managers do in this space is pivot their business to look to accommodate the midterm, or these people that are staying a longer term in the property. So maybe it's a month, maybe it's 2 months, but be flexible. Take that blinker off. Too many real estate agents only offer a 6-month lease, a 12-month lease, and think that that's all that they should be offering. No, that's not what the market is asking for. You need to really look at what is being asked for out there, and it's flexibility. So if you can say to someone, here is your property, we're going to offer you all the utilities, the Wi-Fi, everything's included. Look, there might even be a vehicle available. And here's your monthly price, or here's your weekly price. I promise you, your business will thrive by doing so.
Yep, I agree 100%. Gosh, Julie, you're just like a wealth of knowledge. I could talk to you for like hours, and I know the audience feels the exact same way. So we're going to definitely do some stuff together, and I will keep all of you guys watching informed. Julie, any last words before we wrap it up for today?
No, all I would just say is don't overthink this, guys. You're going to make mistakes when you get into it. You're going to be frustrated. It's going to be, there's going to be a lot of learnings, but it is so much fun. It is so profitable. It is so good. And like Nike says, just do it.
Just do it. Yes. Julie, how can they get in touch with you? How can they get your book?
Absolutely. I would welcome anybody to come on and connect with me. Social media, we were just having a laugh about Instagram. I still don't know how to use Instagram very well, folks, but you will find me there just under my name, Julie George, or $1 Million Host. Facebook, I love Facebook, and we'll probably check that before anything else. LinkedIn, and of course you could just go to my website, milliondollarhost.com.au. My book is available on Amazon or online retailers. In fact, I heard that it's in the airport. Well, not that many people go to the airports, but the airport bookstores in America at the moment as well. But please, no question is a dumb question. Happy to open up, happy to share. And like I said, I just want to see other people succeed like I have.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for popping on today, Julie. It has just been an honor to talk to you. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, oh my gosh, we are like halftime right now. I hope that you have a pen and paper and you've been taking notes like I have today. It has just been, so many golden nuggets being dropped today. And there's the caliber of person who is just pouring into each and every one of us, me included. And so we're going to take a little break here. We're going to take probably about I don't know, maybe 15-minute break. And I just encourage you to, go do what you got to do, get you a snack, get you some water, get you another cup of coffee, because that's what we live on. And then come back ready for us. We've got some amazing speakers second half of the day. Oh my gosh, you don't even know what you're in for. So Sharon Lecter, Tim Story, gosh, who else? I have so many people, Glenn Sanford, like so many amazing individuals. So hurry up, take a little 15 minutes, and I will see you back in 15 minutes. Okay, don't be late. All right, guys, I am super excited to announce this next speaker today. So, just a little background. If you didn't already know, I am in Cabo San Lucas. I have been here for about 6 months already, and we're going to be spending another 6 months here. And we ran into Mike just from friends having dinner. And I was super excited to meet him. Number one, he is also a real estate investor. But the thing that intrigued me most is he has been a nomad for the last 6 years. And if you don't know what a nomad is, this is an individual that travels around the world, when it goes wherever he wants to go, whenever he wants to go. And there's really no timeline. Like there's no end in sight for him, I don't think. And that really intrigues me. I love that. Mike has been a real estate investor for over 30 years. He's got hundreds of doors of long-term rental properties, and he is actually the owner of Mike Wolf Mastery. And so we have the same goal: teaching other people how to create multiple streams of passive income so that you too can travel and really have that freedom, that time freedom, that money freedom. So Mike, I'm super excited to talk to you today and share you with my audience. So welcome.
Well, thank you for having me, and it's great to be here, and it's great that we're both in Cabo right now. So amidst all this COVID crap that's going on around the world, so we're lucky.
Yes, we're extremely lucky. So Mike, I want to start off just kind of in the very beginning, right? So I know you've been doing this for a long time, but I would love to learn how you got started, because we are speaking to real estate agents today, real estate agents, real estate brokers. And the majority of the audience today are realtors that feel like they're on a hamster wheel. They're working really, really hard. They're selling a bunch of houses, but they're really building that wealth for other people, not really themselves. And so some of the agents on here, they don't even own a home themselves. And so thinking about investing into a rental property or some other type of real estate investment is very scary for them. So can you tell us kind of how did you get started in real estate investing?
Well, first of all, I can totally relate to those realtors that are watching this right now, because I was a realtor in a previous life. But how I got into investing was absolutely it was a really good mistake, but it was a mistake. I actually was living my parents' dream for me. And I remember middle of grade 12, I had no idea what I wanted to do the next year. But my parents are pretty much forcing me to go to university no matter what. I just didn't know what I wanted to be. And my parents were always drilling into my head, doctor, lawyer. And I'm terrified of blood, so doctor was not in the cards at all. So by default, I decided, okay, I'll go to law school, and got my first degree, racked up a ton of student loans, and then decided before I go back and get my second degree, I'm going to get these paid off. So a buddy of mine, his mother was a manager at the phone company, which back then was union and it was government run and it paid really well. So got a job there. While I was there, I bought my first residence. And shortly after I bought that, my mortgage broker calls me up and goes, Mike, if you want, I mean, you're making good money. If you want, I can get you another mortgage to buy another property. And I remember thinking to myself, well, why do I want another property? And I wish I got that call every day now, where somebody said, hey, we're going to give you money to buy another property. But so anyway, he goes, well, you buy the property, and put a tenant in there. They're going to pay your mortgage for you. And in 25 years, this thing is paid off. And then that's your retirement. I go, that kind of makes sense. So I did that. I back in those days had no idea what due diligence there was to do on this sort of investment. So I just bought something that was close to my home, so it was easy to go collect the rent checks, and something that looked pretty. And that was it. And this property cash flow, maybe like on a good month, $25. I certainly wasn't getting rich off the cash flow, but a couple of years after I bought it, the market took off. And all of a sudden, the home that I was living in, plus this rental property, they both went up tremendously. And I remember thinking to myself, okay, in the last 2 years, I made this much working at the phone company, doing something I don't really love. And I made this much in real estate, and I don't even know what I'm doing in real estate. So it was kind of a double-edged sword, because on the one hand, I was sitting on some equity. On the other hand, back then I was in my mid-20s, and my ego kind of got the best of me. And I thought, oh, I'm God's gift to real estate investing. Of course I made money, because I'm smart. I didn't really take into account that I just got really lucky with the timing of the market, and managed to lose almost all of what I made on the next deal. So it was a very humbling lesson. And I had already quit my job at the phone company, by the way, at this point, because I thought I had figure out how to win the lottery. And more importantly, I already told my mother that I'm not going to law school. That's your dream for me. That's not my dream. I'm a real estate investor now. And so I lost almost all that money. I couldn't really go back to her and say, she was telling me, oh, get your next degree, have something to fall back on. I couldn't really go. I was too proud to go back to her and told her that I had a really big loss. And you're right, I'm going back to school. So I had no choice but to figure this out. And that's the only reason I'm doing investing today, is that I had kind of burnt my bridges. I don't necessarily recommend that everybody, especially a realtor, you don't need to do that. You can do this hand in hand. Matter of fact, it's complementary. But that humbling lesson led me to hiring my first mentor. And that's the only reason that I am still doing real estate today. If I'd be talking about maybe law right now. You invite me on to talk about the legalities of real estate investing instead of actually doing it. So, but for those people that are realtors that don't know how to invest, I'd strongly recommend having that. One, it's going to make you more money as a realtor, because I get realtors all the time calling me up and they know I buy a lot of properties. And they say, Mike, how do I get your business? But we don't speak the same language. Being a realtor, being a real estate investor, those are two different languages. We're both in real estate, but at very different angles. And so if you don't even understand, how to find something that makes sense for me, we're not going to do business. So number one, you're going to get a lot more business if you can speak the same language as an investor. And then secondly, learn from those investors are probably making a lot more money than you. And I know some realtors make a lot of money. I actually was a very successful realtor, but the biggest problem is you're only as good as your last deal. And as soon as if you ever get sick or the economy collapses, nobody's buying. If we look back at 2007, 2008, great opportunity for investors, not a good opportunity for realtors a lot of times. And so you need to create passive income and get this money coming month after month after month. So sorry for the super long answer, but I get really excited because this is right up my alley. I'm very passionate about this topic.
There is just so much synergy between the way that we both think about investing and passive income and all of that. And thank God for that mortgage broker. That is really smart. If there is a mortgage broker listening in right now, think about that. Like if you're needing business, I know they're all out, networking with all of us real estate agents, but think about just calling your existing clients that have gotten loans from you and explaining about the benefits of investing in real estate. That sounds like just a no-brainer to me.
Mic drop there. And
yeah.
One of the things that I did is so shortly after I got into real estate investing, I had that success. I got my realtor license because I thought that it'd be nice to have access to the MLS. Truth is, I rarely bought properties off the MLS. Not to say you can't, but what I started to do though is a lot of my clients that were buying their principal residences, I did the same thing the mortgage broker did for me. And I called them up and said, hey, by the way, you can qualify for a lot more than what you used to buy your residence. If you want, I can show you how to make money as an investor. And so I turned people that didn't even know they wanted to be investors into investors. And so as a realtor, if you can do that, you're going to get a lot more deals every single year. You really need, if you have just one or two investors, you're going to make more money than working with people looking for, people looking for their principal residence. Is a very emotional decision. They want to look at 1 million homes. It's very time consuming. If you work with somebody who's an investor, they're just looking at numbers. They don't even want to see the homes. They want to see the numbers. And so you can make a lot more money with a lot less running around. So I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, that just gave me another idea too. For these real estate agents, you can also, the market's huge. The market's hot right now. I think we're top of the market. So another idea for all of the real estate agents on here is to call your existing clients, to call people who you've sold homes to and explain to them about HELOCs, home equity line of credits, because I know I'm a big fan of them, especially with your personal home. If you have a few $100,000 of equity sitting in there, why not go and get that HELOC on the home? You don't have to use it right now. You can wait until the market goes down, which I believe is going to be in a couple years, right? But you're going to be sitting pretty because you'll have that money sitting there ready to invest. And depending on how much it is, you could buy cash for cheap, right? Or you could use that as down payments and go ahead and get the loans as well. So it just really depends. And that's really preparing and setting yourself up for success to ride the waves of the up and down market.
I agree. Somebody who's sitting on a lot of equity right now, to me, that's like the money is so cheap and there's so many opportunities out there. And even if you were afraid to do a deal yourself, be a money partner, meaning go team up with somebody like myself or you or any other investor that's got deals, because they're always wanting to do more deals, and then get a piece of that. So you can team up with them, you can even get 50% of the profits, whatever you negotiate, but you're sitting on sitting on that equity. Like my parents always told me, buy a home, pay it off. That's the worst advice ever. If you pay it off, use that money, leverage that money to make yourself more money. And, that's a game changer. And I know a lot of people are afraid of debt, but you really have to differentiate between good debt and bad debt. If you're going and you're taking money out of your home to buy yourself a boat, as much as I like having friends with boats. I'll never own a boat. I like having friends with boats, and not to criticize anybody who's done that, but that's usually not the best kind of debt, because you're buying something that's depreciating. If you're using it to buy real estate, something that's going up or generating, if you're borrowing money at 3% right now and you can loan it out at 7 or 8%, that's free money, as long as you know how to protect yourself to make sure the money is going to come back. And this is some of the stuff that you want to learn, because if you don't know this, chances are, one, you're working way too hard, and two, if you don't own real estate, you're paying way too much tax. Those are the two things I can guarantee you right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think it's a common thread, throughout everyone that I'm interviewing today. It's a matter of investing in assets, buying assets, not liabilities. We've had a few people on today that have had farms and they're doing all kinds of cool things, but they're turning these, which could be complete liabilities, into assets. And if you don't understand the difference between an asset and a liability, then I know what I did to learn about this was I read a book, and it was called Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And it's like the investor's Bible. I think every real estate investor I've spoken to has read this book. And Robert Kiyosaki, Sharon Lecter co-authored, but Robert got all the fame for it. And Sharon's actually going to be speaking a little bit later today. So that's exciting. And she's going to be talking about assets are sexy. And, that's really what we're pouring into everyone watching today, is just that mind shift. So Mike, I want to go back just a few minutes. When you lost everything, I know that we turn our messes into our miracles, right? And at that point, you went and hired someone that took you to a whole other level that you would have never gotten to, because you were thinking like, oh, I'm the best investor ever, right? You would have never gotten to that next level if you hadn't hired that mentor. But what made you hire the mentor? Why didn't you just pack up your stuff and say, I'm done, I'm going to get a job?
Well, for me, it was, being in my mid-20s, when I couldn't tell my parents they were right. It's like, yeah, I should have got my other degree. I couldn't tell them they were right. And I was too stubborn. So I'm glad I was too stubborn. But, in all honesty, if that were to happen now, as we get older, quite often, we get beaten up by life. Life, gives us some, knocks us down. And a lot of times we don't get back up again. And one of the things that I tell my students is that, don't be, back then I was a know-it-all. So I tell people, don't be a know-it-all, be a learn-it-all. And so after that very humbling experience of losing most of what I had made, because here I am thinking I figure out how to win the lottery, and all of a sudden it's like, boom, knocked down, not knowing what the next step is. And then I found somebody who's, that first property, you got to remember, my goal was to hold that for 25 years. And that was my retirement. And once I got a taste of that paycheck, the greed kind of kicked in. It's like, I don't want to wait 25 years. And in that case, it had been 2 years. By the time I bought it to the time I sold it, it was 2 years. I can't, once you quit your job, you can't wait 2 years for your next paycheck. So I just thought, I'll figure it out. And I just need to get a paycheck if I can get a paycheck every 60 or 90 days like that one, then I'm laughing. But I didn't really have the recipe on how to do it. And so having that humbling experience, I found somebody who was successfully flipping homes, which is a much different strategy than buying and holding, which is what I was starting off with. And basically said, listen, I've got some money. Let's do a joint venture together. And I'm willing to give you most of the profit, but I want you to teach me as we go. And had I not become humble, because I wouldn't say I was a jerk, but I'd say I was becoming a little bit arrogant. In your mid-20s, a guy with all of a sudden like these big paychecks. I became much more coachable at that moment when I realized, okay, I don't know it all. I don't know how to duplicate what I just did. I can't tell my parents they were right. I burnt the bridge at the phone company. I had nowhere really to go but to get back up. But my advice to anybody else who's watching, it's really easy to get knocked down, especially these days. There's so much negativity out there with, you know, the COVID and all the stuff that's going on. The quicker you can pull yourself back up, just because you got knocked down doesn't mean that's a life sentence. What's happened to you in your past does not have to be your future. So it's never too late to reinvent yourself, to retrain yourself. Right now, there's so many people losing jobs and businesses shutting down. I see this as an opportunity to reinvent yourself, learn, get some new skill sets, take this downtime that a lot of us have right now to educate yourself on something new that you don't know how to do before. And so if you do that, you know, that Amanda or the Mike or whoever's watching 2.0, version 2.0 of yourself doesn't have to be the 1.0 version of yourself.
Yep, for sure. So you focus on long-term rentals because you're going after the passive income, just like we're going after the passive income. We have our, you know, multiple streams of that as well. So can you explain why having passive income is so important to you?
Here's the key is that really, and not everybody can start off, by the way, with passive income. Some of you watching might have to build up a little bit more capital. You can use other people's money, by the way. But the bottom line is, though, everybody who gets into real estate, their end goal should be to create passive income. And the definition of passive income is to do something one time and get paid for it over and over and over again without having to keep trading your time for money. So I want to make a distinction because some people think that they talk about recurring revenue. Recurring revenue is great. Like if you buy a rental property and you're managing it yourself, you've created recurring revenue. You got now a paycheck that comes in every month. But if it's you that's going to collect it, you haven't really got your freedom because now you got to go chase after tenants and you're going to get calls at 2 a.m. with leaky toilets. And you're going to create a full-time job for yourself that isn't that scalable because once you get to a certain number of properties, you're not going to have enough time. It is a very, I used to do my own property management. Never do your own property management. Even if you have one property, I would say don't do your own property management. To me, that'd be like buying a McDonald's franchise and then saying, to cut costs, I think I'll go flip burgers all day. Like you're getting into business to give yourself freedom. So always keep your goal in mind. So recurring revenue is doing something once, getting paid for it over and over, but still having to trade your time for money to do it. Passive income is buying a rental property, having somebody else manage it 100%, not deal with anything, and then go create a lifestyle that you love. And so passive income is really, really important. Some people, to get the money to play in that world, you might have to do some flips first. You might have to do some wholesaling first. You might have to do some more deals as a realtor first. But there's ways to do real estate with none of your own money. And I've done a lot of deals with none of my own money. And this is some of the stuff that I love to teach people. Because a lot of people, they think, oh, well, if I only had more money, I would jump in. And then I have to remind them, when I bought my first piece of property, I was 25, my net worth was negative 25,000 because I had these student loans that were hanging over my head. This is in 1989. So 25,000 in 1989 was a lot of, at least for me, felt like a lot of money. So for those people who call me up and say, Mike, I'd love to get started, but I've got zero. It's like, man, when I started, I was aspiring to get to zero. I could not wait to get to zero. So you don't need, money is not something that should be your hurdle. There's lots of ways to do it. A lot of people are sitting, like you said earlier, they're sitting on equity in their home. They've got money in their retirement funds that they don't know they can use towards real estate. They've got other people who might have equity in their home that they might be able to borrow from and borrow that money for cheap to go do your own real estate deals. There's so many different ways. And a lot of people just get stuck in this little mindset thing that says, oh, I don't have enough money to get started. And it makes me very, very sad.
Yeah. I agree, and we teach a lot of short-term rentals, and we just had a deal come across us last week, and it was a landlord reached out to us, and she already had this Airbnb up and running, but she had to move over to, I don't even know where she was, somewhere out of the country, like in Africa or something. And she reached out to us because we have a well-known name there in the Raleigh, North Carolina area. And she just wanted us to take over the property. And it was in an area that we don't really know very well, but I have a student in that area. Nice. And so I made the connection between the two. Literally, our student is taking over this Airbnb. She is co-hosting this for this lady. She has no money into this project at all. And she's going to be able to cash flow positively between $500 and $700 a month on this deal with no money in.
Gotta love free money.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the return on $700 a month when you pay zero? That's infinite. So those are returns you don't get at the bank, by the way.
Yeah, right. Yes, exactly. So, as you know, we are speaking to real estate agents today. So what is something that you want to, I guess, tell realtors when it comes to switching the mindset from being the real estate agent, being too busy, buying and selling properties for other people, and thinking about investing in real estate? Is there something that really sticks out to you because you were a real estate agent, that can help them with just that little tweak in their mindset?
Well, I could talk about this topic for like 10 days straight and not run out of material, because it's one that's very dear to my heart. And I've got a good friend of mine. He's a realtor in Southern California, and when I first met him, he was doing well. He's making a pretty decent living, like above average, especially in Southern California. You don't have to sell a lot of homes to make some pretty good commissions. So he's doing all right for himself. But then as he learned more about real estate investing, he had last year, for example, he had a property that, had he listed it, he would have made around $20,000 on it, because he put another tool in his tool belt and learned another strategy on how to flip this property instead of listing it. He basically created a really good win for the homeowner, because he gave them the possession they wanted. They didn't have to put it on the market. They didn't have anybody walking through the home. They were super happy. And he took that property that he would have made $20,000 on and made over $100,000 on it. So, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that having a few extra tools in your tool belt, you're doing the same listing appointment. To me, if I can 5X what I'm making just by having one extra little, thing in my tool belt, the more, when I used to be a realtor, the thing that always amazed me, I hardly ever went to the office. I had an assistant. He'd drop off all my paperwork. Occasionally we'd have these mandatory meetings, and sometimes I'd get out of them. But when I'd go, nobody in the office knew me. I was always a top realtor in the office, but nobody knew me because they didn't hang out there. And so I just remember whenever I did go to the office, there were always people, other realtors sitting around, drinking coffee, reading the newspaper, and they're not out doing deals. And most realtors I found, I don't know if it's still the same, but back in those days, they took the bare bones minimum requirement of education to keep their license, but they wouldn't go learn beyond that. And so I say, be a lifelong learner and just up your game a little bit and have a competitive advantage over the other realtors. You're going to make a lot more money. You're going to be able to help a lot more people, create more win-wins. And having the bare bones minimum to be a realtor, you still have the tools to help people, but you're leaving a lot of money on the table and a lot of people that you could have helped. Like, for example, if 2007, back when a lot of people had no equity, a lot of these people couldn't afford to list with realtors because they would have had to pay out of their pocket to sell their home. Well, if you're a real estate investor, we have solutions for that. So if you believe, like I do, that what's coming down the pipeline as a result of this global economy shutdown is probably not going to be great for a lot of people, and there's going to be some people losing their homes, you need to upgrade your skills, or you are leaving a ton of money on the table. So but I could go on and on and on. How long do I have?
I agree. We have about 10 minutes left. But Mike, what really stuck out to me when I met you and we were out having some fun here in Cabo was, when you told me how many properties you have, and you can say that or not, it doesn't matter, but Mike has a lot of long-term rental properties, and they're all single family homes. And so what really stuck out was you don't get bothered with anything that's going on with the properties. I mean, I'm talking about what if something needs a new HVAC or a new roof. I'm talking about the big issues that normally the property managers will reach out to you because it's a large ticket item. And you said, no, I don't even know, what's going on with any of the properties unless it burns down. Like, call me if it burns down. And yeah, I may be paying a little bit extra. I may be overpaying for some things, but the reality is you have now a nomad life where you can travel around. And you don't have to be, getting the phone calls of the toilets or the HVACs. You don't have any of that, right?
Well, the biggest challenge that most entrepreneurs have, we're all wired very similarly, and we all have this control thing. We all want to be in control. And we somehow think, and I used to have my property managers call me on everything at one point. And so we somehow think that if they call us, we somehow have control over the situation and less things are going to break. It's like, no, you're actually, so we go through I believe most entrepreneurs, if they're lucky, make it to 3 different phases. The first phase is solopreneur, where you do every single thing. And you get to a certain point where either you don't sleep and don't eat, or you have to reluctantly, like I did, hire somebody on your team, or else you just can't scale. And so I went from being a solopreneur to the second phase, which I call micromanager phase, where I hired my first property manager, but I needed to know everything that was going on. And I realized that I wasn't spending as much time doing the work, but when you added up all the time I spent on the telephone with my property manager, trying to pretend I knew better than him, I was still taking up just the same amount of time. I was just doing something different. And then I got to the third phase. Eventually, it took a while, and I call that the freedom phase. And when you can actually get the right people on your team that you trust, and they're looking out for your best interest, and that means you have to take care of them too. You can't, if you're treating your team like crap, they're not going to look out for you either. So the people on my team, I take really good care of them. I pay them probably more than they would get paid anywhere else, but they look after me, and I know they've got my back. And that's where I got my freedom, is when I stopped having to micromanage. I stopped dealing with phone calls with things that I had no control over, that just took up my day. And now I went from 15 years ago, I used to be a workaholic. And back then, my daughter's now 25. Back then she was 10 years old. And there were lots of days I'd leave home, it would be dark outside, and I'd come home, it would be dark, and I missed the whole day. She'd be in bed and I wouldn't see her. And now I've got 2 grandkids, and I'm very grateful. I can go spend as much time as I want with them, because I went from workaholic to playaholic. And now I work very, very little. And I'm very proud to say that. I sometimes say that I've gotten really lazy, and people always correct me and say that I'm working smart, not hard, which I think is good. And but I'm glad that I made that transition, because it's so easy to get stuck in that rut of being a workaholic, and it's very hard to dig yourself back out of that. And so I feel very fortunate that I did. And so when I teach people, it's not how to work. I don't say, oh, just work harder, work more hours. No, it's like, find ways to leverage other people's abilities, and start building a team, start creating passive income that comes in while you're playing and having fun and hanging out with your kids or grandkids, or traveling or volunteering, or whatever it is that lights you up. You want to have that money coming in on autopilot, either because you've delegated, you've automated, or you've created these passive income streams that come in without you having to trade your time for it anymore.
Yes, absolutely. That's why they call you the freedom lifestyle entrepreneur, right?
That's me. That's me.
That's fantastic. So Mike, if we have some people in the audience, which I know we do, that would like to talk to you more and learn more about you and what you can offer, how do they get in touch with you?
Yeah, they can email me. Either they can email me at info@mikewolfmastery.com, and it's wolf just like the animal, info@mikewolfmastery.com, or you can go to my website, which is mikewolfmastery.com. And I've actually got a free ebook on there, which basically talks about the best strategies that are working right now, even in real estate investing, even if you have little or no money. And so if I was a realtor that's maybe thinking of, hey, maybe I need some more tools in my tool belt, they're in there. There's some of the strategies that you want to learn. And like I said, a lot of them required no cash. And so this is stuff that if I would have had this ebook 31 years ago, I could have saved myself. Well, actually, I'm glad I had some of those very humbling moments, because I think I needed them. But it can help you avoid them and just be humble without having to make mistakes. That's a better way to do it.
Yep, for sure. Fantastic. And if you're sitting there saying, oh, well, I don't have time, because I know that continues to come up here. I don't have time to do this. I don't have time to go learn a new tool. You know what? If you just take 30 days and you wake up 1 to 2 hours earlier than you normally do, and yeah, that may mean 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, but if you did that for 30 days, look at what you could accomplish. You could go through and learn any skill in 30 days. Absolutely. And so don't let time hold you up. Don't let time be your excuse to really create the freedom that you want in your life, the freedom that you deserve to have in your life. So Mike, I appreciate you spending some time with us today, and I strive to be as free as you and travel the world and have no worries.
Well, we're going to be hanging out a lot now that we're both in Cabo. So stay tuned. It's going to be so much fun. I'm glad that I met you, and I'm glad you're in Cabo.
Yes, we're building a little community of real estate investors down here because
Okay.
we're all working remotely and we're all working smarter, not harder, right? And we can do that on the internet. So, again, thank you for joining us today. I know that the agents here really appreciated hearing from you, as I did. And so, we are going to move on to the next guest here. All right, guys, my next guest today, I am so excited to share with you. I met Sharon back maybe a few months ago. We were doing a speaking engagement in Tennessee, and it was just an amazing opportunity to be able to learn from her. And if you guys don't know who Sharon Letcher is, then you need to. Actually, you probably already know who she is. You just don't realize you know who she is. She actually wrote the Bible for all of us real estate investors. Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki. She was actually the co-author of that book. Just not many people know it. She also got all the rights for the Napoleon Hill Foundation. So she's rewritten The Think and Grow Rich for women. She has also written Outwitting the Devil. And now she is on her next book, Exit Rich. But Sharon, I believe you've written about 26 books already?
Yep. 26 is Exit Rich will be number 26. Yep. It's crazy.
Wow. So you are just a whole wealth of knowledge here. And you were also in the Think and Grow Rich movie, which is The Legacy, that we watched just a few weeks ago. And that was an amazing movie. If you haven't seen it, please tune in and watch that. You can get that, just do a little Google search and you can find that. It's the Think and Grow Rich movie. So Sharon, yeah, we met. I'm super excited because when I heard you speak, obviously thinking Rich Dad Poor Dad, I've read multiple times, and also Think and Grow Rich. And these are books that are really just like they're just in your soul, right? When you read them, and it's something that it sticks with you for the rest of your life. And so hearing you speak, I felt the synergy. We're on the same page. We believe the same things. And I'm like, how can we work together? And so today we're going to be speaking to real estate agents, as you know. And these real estate agents, a lot of them are stuck. They're stuck on that hamster wheel of having to trade time for dollars and having to go sell a house to get paid to pay the mortgage. Or, some of them are flipping, some of them are investors and they're flipping a house, but they're getting paid once. And so what I really want to focus on today is teaching them about assets and the difference between assets and liabilities, and who better to teach than you. So thank you for coming on today.
Absolutely. I'm delighted to be with you, Amanda. And I think it's so important because real estate agents are beautifully positioned to secure, buy, and build assets because they have the ability to find them before they're on the market, those kinds of things. So the issue is we either sell or we create a relationship with an asset. And so that asset, when you're just buying and selling, it's one and done. As you said, you're exchanging time for money. There are reasons to do fix and flips because it can help generate some cash that you can then reinvest. The question is, are you reinvesting it or are you spending it? So you have to understand what the strategies are for each type of real estate investment. But at the end of the day, the richest people in the world, no matter where they live, no matter what language they speak, have one thing in common. They own income producing assets. And those assets become economic engines. And that's when you become financially free. The definition of financial freedom is when the income from your assets exceed your monthly expenses. And it doesn't have to be millions of dollars. And that's the thing I want people to understand is you've got the tools, you've got the knowledge, just take the right actions to start building assets into your portfolio.
So speaking of that, what are some of the actions that agents can take? Because, these are a lot of really busy real estate agents and they say, I don't have time to do that. So what are some easy actions that they can start out with?
Well, one of the things is understand if you have a residential rental property, yes, it takes some time up front to run the numbers. But once you have it and you can find somebody to manage it for you, then it's what we call mailbox money. And if you have a property that a tenant's paying you $1,000 a month rent, the mortgage and the expenses are $600, you're getting a positive $400 cash flow each month. How many of those could you have? As many as you can find, right? And so having that opportunity to start being in the know, you're in the industry, and start building your real estate portfolio gives you one giant step forward, because not only are you only having to put 10, 20% down, the bank is giving you the rest of the money, but you get 100% of the appreciation, you get 100% of the income, and you get 100% of the tax write-off. And so it's a pretty darn good deal, a great way to leverage. When you do that fix and flip, let's say you come out with $50,000 cash at the end of the day, that $50,000 can be leveraged into a $500,000 property. So start thinking about how you can play a bigger game.
Yep. And that's one thing that I really started thinking about when me and you started talking is, wow, I need to think bigger. It's just been the single family homes and the Airbnb. And now it's like, okay, on a bigger level, where are the apartment buildings? Where is the intellectual property that you could eventually sell? And so it's just that larger scale of thinking. But for a lot of the viewers here, they're just starting out. So obviously the long-term rentals are amazing. We love short-term rentals. Sharon has Airbnbs herself. And what are some other passive income streams that you like?
Well, certainly when you're in real estate, when you have the clients, you typically, if I ask you the question, do a lot of your buyers ask you the same questions? Yes. Do a lot of the sellers ask you the same questions? So I had a young gal that came to me several years ago, and she was top producing agent in her company, but the company was owned by her parents. So she said, I just don't get any respect. The old guys pat me on the head. And she said, was very frustrated. And I said, so well, let's elevate your own personal brand. And so she sat down and wrote a quick ebook on, the top 5 questions for a buyer, the top 5 questions for a seller. And she was very, very on it. She got it done within a couple of months. And about 6 months later, she called me and she said, Sharon, you won't believe me. And I said, yes, I will. Because all of a sudden she was having a regular radio spot. She'd been called on television for a couple of interviews, simply because she took what she knew and made it available in an asset that other people could access. And she says, and even better, those old guys that used to pat me on the head are now asking me for my opinion, asking me if they can share my books with their clients. And so the only thing that changed was that she understood to take what she knew and create an asset from it. And that asset elevated her personal brand. And that's what we want for each of you, to elevate your personal brand. And in the process, you've got a new economic engine. That book is an asset that can help you propel your success forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's funny because when I used to think about assets, I would just always think about properties. What can I own? But talking with you, just like you just said, with the book and the ebooks and all of this other stuff, that you can create and therefore use for your marketing, use to build your list. And so, and use to, sell more houses if that's what you're really focusing on doing. So I want to talk a little bit about your assets are sexy. You've got this movement going on. It's a tribe of women, and everyone's on a mission to become financially free. And I think that's what we all want. And a lot of us got into real estate because we felt like, hey, this is going to get us freedom. We're going to be able to take off work when we want to and show up to the kids' games and take a vacation. But it's in fact the opposite. It's very much so the opposite. You're now on call 24/7 as a real estate agent. And so let's talk about that a little bit, and how to become financially free and what does that actually look like?
Well, I think a lot of it is the choice that you make and the boundaries that you set. Certainly as an agent, and you've got leads coming in, you need to be available whenever your clients want to see something. And it does come at the expense of other things in your life until you build up your reputation to the point where you can have team members join you, and they can help take care of that load for you so that you become a team leader. But all of those things are, the investment that you make in your future. And it's when you concentrate on taking that revenue and creating it into an asset that can work when you're not around and work overnight, that front end investment seems like it's really worth it. But if you don't ever change and you're constantly living in this life of being on call 24/7, That is what we call the rat race. And so we want to get you out of the rat race into a world of assets, abundance. Because the other one is you feel like you never have enough money. And when you get some, you're afraid you're going to lose it. It's about a scarcity mindset. So we want to switch that scarcity mindset using your real estate license as a tool to start shifting into a world of assets. Because you can invest in real estate in lots of different ways. You can do paper investing. You can go into mortgages. You can go into invest in REITs, all those things. Or you can buy the actual properties. You can loan money. You can be a passive investor in syndications. There are a lot of ways to value and add real estate to your portfolio. There's also the business. There's businesses. And so you may have a lot of different properties, but you hire an outside management company to do that. That's a business. You may create your own management company so you can help others. And Amanda, you have programs where you're helping teach people about those, short-term rentals. That's a program. That's an asset. You're generating an income from educating others about how you've been successful in what you do. It's just a matter of saying, I can do it, and having that confidence and taking your passion and your talents, having the right people around you, taking the right action, but again, having faith and confidence in yourself. So many times in a lot of real estate agents, they don't have that self-confidence to put themselves out there. I'm not good enough. Oh my gosh, I'm not successful enough. But you have the experience, and there are other people out there who can benefit from what you know and what your experience is. And if you share it, you can make an asset.
Yep. And it comes right back down to, your mindset too, and who you surround yourself with, and who you're hiring to be your mentor or your coach, and what courses are you investing in. And so I think it all comes down to that too, because as you mentioned, with the mindset, a lot of people think they can't do it, and they really do feel like that because the people around them are telling them that they can't do it. I'm going to go buy an investment property. Well, you can't do that, and that's a situation that you need to get out of, and you need to start surrounding yourself with people who are going to say, yes, go do that. And let me show you how. Here, let me hold your hand and walk you through the process of how.
A lot of times the people that are saying that to you are your own family. And so I always tell people, take a step back and say, this isn't really them being upset with me. They see I'm actually taking action and changing my life, and they're not. And so their natural reaction is try and pull you back so that they don't feel so bad. And when you do that, you kind of put this cone of protection to know that once you become successful, they're going to want to be right next to you and learn from you. But you have to make that step and make sure you know who you're hanging out with, who's supporting you. It's that power of association, who's encouraging you to move forward. The other thing is habits, right? You sell a big house and you get this big, when you live on commission, you have to have more self-discipline than when you don't, because you don't know when that money is going to come in and out. And so when you get that big commission check, are you going to go out and buy that new wardrobe or buy that bigger car? Or are you going to use that commission check to reinvest into an income producing asset? And when that asset's giving you income, then you buy the things you want from that income. But let's start with focusing on taking that money that you're making, and understand that not every month is going to be the best month possible. So you need to make sure you've got yourself covered, but then go into a calculated program of reinvesting the monies that you're making into creating assets.
Yep. What do you say would be the first step for someone?
Well, the first step is to figure out where you are. And sometimes the picture is not very pretty, but the first step is knowing, right? And a lot of us put our head in the sands. But once you actually determine where you are, even if the picture's not pretty, you feel good because you actually have done something. And then look at your bad debt and say, okay, how can I get rid of my bad debt? And that bad debt can be a credit card. And you may have 5 credit cards, and they may be holding you back because you've got a bad credit rating because you haven't been paying on time. Start focusing on that. The smallest balance first, get rid of it. That gives you the self-confidence to keep going. Get all the amount of money that you owe on your credit cards below 30% of available credit. That's going to help get your credit rating up. So for instance, you have a $10,000 credit line. Make sure you don't owe more than $3,000 on that card and keep it below that. Now I want you to get it to 0, but the first step is to bring all those cards down under 30%, because you're going to have an immediate impact in a positive way on your credit report.
Yeah, we were just speaking earlier with someone, and we were talking about right now is the perfect time to pull a HELOC on your personal house. If you're sitting on a few $100,000 of equity right now, you could go and pull a home equity line of credit. We call it a HELOC. And this is money that literally will sit, and you don't have to pay anything on it unless you use it. But you can literally have that as a cushion so that if a great deal does come along or something that you're going to need the money to purchase an asset, not a new car or a new boat, but something that's going to actually pay you, you're going to have access to those funds.
And you need that. You need that pre-approval, or you need that access to funds, because in today's market, things are going right away. So you need to be able to position yourself to be able to take action quickly. You know, I have a line of credit in Florida, one of the banks I have money in, and they just have my interest rate is 1.9%. I go, oh my gosh! I told Michael, we got to buy something. We got to invest this money. So, you just historic lows in interest rate, but make sure you do it with brilliance, because high emotion is low intelligence. So we need you to go out there and do your due diligence, get the right people on your team to make sure you're making an investment that is a wise one for you into the future.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're able to borrow money at 2%, turn around and rent it for 12, or private loan it out for 12%, you're 10% in the profit.
Yep.
So, yeah, for sure. So, so Sharon, you are working on a new book right now called Exit Rich, correct?
I am. I'm very excited. It's coming out January 26th. It's being published by Inc. magazine. So I'm very excited about that. It's about how to build value in your company and take your successful company, make it sustainable, scalable, and saleable. But it also talks about the fundamental issues of building a strong business. So it does, even if you just want to keep it in your family for generations, when you build a house, you go down first. You got to have a strong foundation. So this is talking about building that strong foundation. Steve Forbes says, this is a gold mine for entrepreneurs. I'm very excited about it, but we're offering really kind of an exciting thing. My husband and I own a ranch, a guest ranch in Arizona. cherrycreeklodge.com. Anybody that pre-orders the book for me at exitrichbook.com/buy is going to be entered into a contest, and we're going to be giving away 3 days, 2 nights at the ranch for someone, because we just want to make sure we get the word out there and get as many people with this information, because I co-authored with Michelle Seiler-Tucker, and she's the top female business broker in the country, and one of the top mergers and acquisition specialists. So she goes in through the tactics of what you do, and then I come in from a mentor and investor perspective with a strategy on building a strong, sustainable business. It was a lot of fun, tremendous amount of value and content in the book for people that own businesses, want to own a business, or want to buy a business. Great roadmap if you're looking at investing in a business, to use this as a tool to look through what the company looks like and if it checks all the boxes. So I'm very excited about it. So yeah, exitrichbook.com/buy if you want to have an opportunity to win a weekend at the ranch.
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to do that. I want to read that book, because I know that me and you have been working together on our business, because we have a short-term rental, midterm rental business. And even if you already have a business and maybe you didn't set everything up quite correctly, Sharon is really good at going in there and making sure you do set it up correctly so that it can be sellable in the future. So that's amazing. And you did mention the ranch. I want to talk about that just a little bit, because that's one thing that really stuck out to me when we were at dinner in Nashville, is you were talking about your ranch, and you were talking about how you've got so many different income streams coming from that ranch, and you've made it into this huge asset. So do you want to talk about that just for a few minutes?
Certainly, yes. Mike and I have been married for 40 years. And when we got married, he told me he wanted a survival property. Well, about 16 years ago, we started looking, and we were looking for like 10 acres somewhere where he could go pitch a tent and shoot his guns. Nobody would bother him. But we found this ranch, and it was a whole lot bigger than we were looking for. It's 300 acres plus 40,000 acres of grazing rights in Arizona, in the middle of the Tonto National Forest. We fell in love with it. It's a huge piece of American history. There was a major feud and a battle there, and we bought it the same day we saw it. And love it to death. But we said, okay, this is a lot bigger than what we expected. So we have to turn it into an asset. And so when people see pictures of our cows, we have 400 head of Black Angus cattle. And I say, you see cows, I see assets. Those little mamas give me babies every year that we sell. And then we also built a beautiful guest lodge that people can come just rent a room for a night, for a week, have family reunions. I have business retreats there. We have companies that come and have their board meetings. So it's a little piece of heaven. You can go horseback riding, you can go shooting, you can go fishing. It's in the middle of the Tonto National Forest, as I said, and it is totally off the grid. It's all solar power, our own well water, and we have satellite Wi-Fi to keep in contact with the outside world. But other than that, it's a little piece of heaven. It's called cherrycreeklodge.com. I welcome everybody to look at it.
That's awesome. Well, I can't wait to see it. So in closing here, we have a few more minutes left, but I just want to speak into the realtors here today. And I mean, you do come with so much knowledge and wealth of knowledge. What is it that you would tell these people who maybe have not been, exposed to all of these amazing books and personal development and classes and everything that we've been through? What would you say to them as a I don't know, a stepping stone, some inspiration, something just to kind of give them a little courage to be able to move forward with this?
Well, don't try to do it alone. I mean, too many of us were taught in school to do everything on our own. And so the number one thing is find a mentor, find somebody that can help you. You can reach out to us at info@sharonlecter.com. We have special programs that can help you, but also find a mentor, work with Amanda, get the education and the mentorship that you need. The other people have been where you are. And all of us have had things that stopped us in our tracks, whether it be a death or an illness or a financial setback, but you're still here for a reason. And what you've learned already, so much that can help others coming up behind you. Now's the time to take control of your own future. You are the CEO of your own life. And if you don't take control of your life, who will? And so look at your income stream, make sure that when you have a wonderful sale that you don't spend it all right away, that you keep it and you balance it and you start looking for ways to invest in real estate. And if you don't have enough to buy a property on your own, start investing in other syndications where you can. So it's very important to make that first investment and make it small, so that if you make a mistake, it's not going to be the end of the world. But get the people around you to support you. Get that support team that can look over the deal with you and validate that, yes, you're going the right direction. Because people love to help each other. And so start finding that circle of folks that will support you and encourage you. And you know what? Kick you in the when you need it. So it's important.
And they are out there, there's definitely people. You just have to attract those people into your lives. And that's something else, that we talk about a lot is your mindset and how to put that energy out there where you're going to be attracting those types of people into your life, because that's where Think and Grow Rich comes in, right?
Well, I love that you talked about it at the beginning, because I read Think and Grow Rich every single year. I read it when I was 19 the first time. And I tell people it's not that the book changes, but I change. And so you want to continue looking for those resources that are going to support you to take the next step, to play that bigger game. I have a Facebook book called The Play Big Movement. And so it's free to join. Again, it's to help people have that bigger mindset, that bigger thought process. How can I play a bigger game and therefore get higher and better results? But not to do it alone, to make sure you surround yourself with the right people.
Yep, absolutely. Fantastic, Sharon. Well, is there a particular way to, you've dropped a lot of like golden nuggets here today. They can go and they can pre-order your book, Exit Rich, which is going to be an amazing book. And that's the great deal. I mean, if you just pre-order a book, you have the opportunity to win a weekend at your lodge. Like, hello, who wouldn't do that?
Well, we wanted to just make it as fun as possible, but also understand that there's tremendous amount of value in the book. And so we want to support people doing that. As many copies as you buy, you get that many chances to win. So it's an opportunity to share the wealth and share the information with other people in your network. But visit me at sharonlecter.com. I've got lots of information there. I'm, of course, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, invite everybody to connect with me. And I actually challenge you to, because a lot of times people want to connect and they just don't take that action. So if you hear nothing else, take an action today for yourself to move yourself forward. Do something that you will feel proud of yourself when you look in the mirror tonight.
I love that. Thank you so much for your time today, Sharon. I really appreciate you spending some time with us. And I know that the whole audience appreciates it as well. And I know that I took away some ahas and some tidbits from you today, and I'm sure they did too. So again, thank you so much for your time today. And we're going to introduce our next speaker here. All right, everyone. I am so excited to introduce you to our next speaker today. I have Mr. Glenn Sanford with us, and Glenn is the founder of eXp Realty, but he is also the owner of Verbella and CEO, and most recently, the owner and CEO of Success Magazine. And Glenn, I just heard a little bit from you that we actually all own Success Magazine because EXPI bought Success Magazine. Is that true?
It is, yeah. So actually, Verbella, eXp Realty, Success Enterprises, which of course is Success Magazine and everything to do with success, that's actually all owned by eXp World Holdings, which all eXp agents and brokers become shareholders in just through their activities as agents. So we're all shareholders in this. It was actually tempting, quite frankly, because I did have an opportunity to buy Success Magazine and have it independent of EXPI, and I know that would have been interesting for me personally. But I just made a personal commitment years ago to make sure that everything that I was doing was aligned with our agents and brokers. So that also became part of the EXPI family of companies.
Wow. And you know what? That just speaks to your integrity as a person, Glenn. I tell people the story all the time, but one of the first, I don't know, it was maybe like the second or third time I'd ever met you. And we were somewhere, I think we were in California or we were somewhere, we were at a hotel, and I had an agent come in because we were having like a shareholders event or something. And I remember the agent walked into the lobby and you were in the lobby, and I was like, oh my gosh, I have to introduce you to Glenn. And so I made the introduction, and I don't know if you remember this, but I was introducing Daniel to you, and I said, oh my gosh, Glenn is the owner of eXp Realty. And you said, no. We're all owners of eXp Realty. I'm just the founder. And that was huge. And that stuck out to me. It's been almost 4 years now, and that has stuck out to me. And I've told numerous people that story.
Oh, awesome. Well, no, it's an important kind of distinction, because even now, I'm certainly the largest single shareholder, but I own about a little bit north of maybe 25% of the company. So that means that, and if I think about the number of shares that we've distributed to our agents and brokers, we've probably distributed like something similar to the number of shares that I personally own to agents and brokers. So it's been, and then you think about what that represents, at today's market value, that means somewhere north of, $2 billion worth of shares at today's prices. If we distribute it today, that's the value of the equity that we've shared with our agents over the last 5-6 years.
Yes, and we are so appreciative of that. I think we've got a new term. It's called EXPioneers.
Yeah, yeah, and it keeps on. It seems like it just keeps on going up. So whatever you had yesterday, it's more today.
I've been checking nonstop. So Glenn, I want to really, we're speaking into agents' lives today. We're talking to them about, changing their mindset to not only focus on that one transaction, whether that's, buying or selling a house or flipping a house, and really changing that to thinking about having multiple streams of income. And I know for you, I consider you like a serial entrepreneur, right? So I can imagine you've always had multiple streams of income because you've kind of always had your fingers in different things. And I see that too. I like to call it like intentional congruent businesses, right? So we have EXP, But then you've also got, Virbela, and I want to talk about a little bit about why we bought Virbela and what you see in the future of that. And then also why we bought Success Magazine and what do you see the future of that being? So let's start with Virbela first.
Right. Yeah, so we bought it in 2018, and one of the reasons why we bought Virbela, well, there was a few reasons, but one of them, we were the single biggest user of the platform. eXp Realty was at the time. So we moved our entire company into Virbela in 2016. We've been on a platform prior to that. That platform was effectively going away, just the way that it was designed. It was not going to scale with us. So we were looking for a platform. So we moved to Virbela. Well, we quickly became their number one largest customer, represented over 50% of their revenue. And yet we were just a SaaS customer of Virbela. And so we wanted to control our destiny on the platform. We wanted, quite frankly, to have a exclusive for the residential real estate industry of the platform, which we paid for that even in the interim, 2016 to 18. But we also wanted to control the roadmap of different features that it would provide to us as an enterprise customer. And so that's the reason why we originally bought it. And I think we bought it for 12 or $13 million. The flip side of it is that it saved us literally $30 to $40 million a year just in our bricks and mortar costs, because to provide a collaborative infrastructure that provided that much flexibility, it would have cost us quite a bit to put that physical infrastructure in place. So it offset a fair bit of our expenses to scale. And I've said this before in like events like Peter Diamandis's Abundance 360 event that he does every year. I figured that it generated us, at least at that time when I was talking to him, which was almost 2 years ago, that it probably created $100 million worth of enterprise value. And I would say that even if I go today in 2021, it's probably created at least a quarter of our enterprise value, because we've been able to operate in a way that nobody else has been able to operate to date in the residential real estate space.
Right. And for those of you who are listening right now and you're like, well, what is Virbela? So Virbela is a cloud office environment. So we literally have offices, but they're in the cloud, and we have different offices that you go to as an avatar. So whether that be the accounting or tech support or agent onboarding or whatever it is, there's a room for that. And you literally go in and get your question answered. And so it's not just with us. I mean, Glenn has now made this to where we can go out and we can become affiliates with Virbela, and we can now sell this to other businesses as well, which again is another stream of income, right?
It is, yeah. And that's was a really big deal for me personally. You mentioned streams of income, and if you really think about what does a stream of income really represent, it represents from you being the product of a business, which is when you're a real estate agent, you're out there listing and selling property. You're effectively the product of the brokerage that you work for. To if you can create a stream of income that comes in fairly consistently, you now are a part owner or a beneficial owner of something that you've worked on that can kind of put you in a owner's seat. And it's, for me, I was raised as a business guy. Even when I was younger, my dad had owned businesses. I got to be around businesses. And so I learned the benefit of businesses that cash flow, that don't require my personal effort to go out there and make the next sale, as being the nirvana of business. And so if you can find a product, service, whatever, that continually generates income, then you truly do own a business rather than a business that owns you.
Yeah. I had my first little taste of that back in, I think it was like 2006, 2007. I was selling credit card processing to businesses. And the cool thing about that is when I sold that credit card processing to that business, every single time a credit card was swiped, I made a residual income for a minimum of 3 years. And so that was like, that's what got me hooked.
Okay. What company were you with back then?
Oh gosh, I don't remember the name of it. Merchant Solutions, I think it was.
Okay. Yeah. So
Yeah.
there was a company called Card Service International I did some stuff with at one time, and they were one of the largest ones. And then First Data bought them, but definitely saw that as, and people made good money, going in and putting in those merchant services into businesses. So it's a great business to be in. I don't know if it's quite as lucrative today as it was back then, but back then there's definitely some opportunities.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It just makes you think a different way, right? When you get that little taste of something like that. So I love it. So awesome. Well, that's what Verbella is. And then let's talk a little bit about Success Magazine, because I can tell you, I'm so excited about us buying Success Magazine. And what I really appreciate the most, honestly, is almost every day, every morning we get up, we have our stand up in Success World, and Success World is absolutely free for anyone to get into right now. Doesn't matter what industry you're in. And we're literally in there with Glenn, and you're just pouring into us. And Glenn, I am enjoying more than anything learning how your brain thinks. Learning, how are you organizing your businesses, your life, all of that. So let's talk a little bit about Success Magazine. First off, why did you think that was a good idea to purchase in the EXPI platform?
Yeah, it's an interesting how it showed up on my radar. First, Success Magazine 2.5 years ago did an article, one page in Success Magazine, and for those of you who have grown businesses or have been involved with businesses that are growing, getting a story in a magazine like Success Magazine is like one of those things. You go, holy smokes, people are starting to recognize what I'm doing as more than just this local whatever business. And so that was pretty cool. And then I got to know the owner, previous owner of Success Magazine, a gentleman named Stuart Johnson, and he actually took me under his wing a little bit and introduced me to a lot of people who had built large enterprises and saw their struggles were very much the same as my struggles. Just the names were changed to protect the innocent, kind of thing almost. But it was basically the same struggles. But in that, Stuart suggested that we send the magazine to all of our agents, and he described the reason why, and made total sense to me because it really just represented how much we believed in our agents and brokers by providing something of value to help them think about leveling up and to focus on personal development as a way to work on the inside to then create the external results that show up if you work on yourself. So that was really kind of the thing. And then we became, again, the largest customer of Success Magazine on a bulk basis. So we were, and so from that, then came the opportunity in early September to potentially buy the magazine. And so there have been someone else, or maybe multiple parties, that have been trying to buy the magazine for over a year, and they just couldn't put the money together to actually make it happen. And so somehow it showed up as an opportunity in early September. 3 days later, it went back to the previous party, so they went through the process of potentially buying it. And then early October, I got a call again saying, "Hey, they still haven't come with their money. Are you interested?" For sure. And so I literally wired on Monday like $500,000, like just said, "Okay, here's $500,000. This is I called it non-refundable. I'm sure it would have been refundable, but I just wanted to show how much I wanted to play in this game." And then we ended up buying it and then flipping it literally to EXP at my cost about 60 days later. And so that's how we got into owning Success Magazine. But the reason why we bought it, quite frankly, is in any business, you want to create moats, things that separate you from other companies in your category. So we're residential real estate. I was at Keller Williams. One of the things that they had was training and development was one of their moats. They considered themselves to be the #1 training company in the world. I think that's one of the things they used to talk about. And so that was at some level a moat that other companies would have to overcome. And so that's one of the things we focused on at EXP was training and education. So we got EXP University, and we've got a bunch of stuff there. But that's not, now we're at least on the level playing field with maybe one of our competitors on that front. But even so, Keller certainly on their coaching and stuff still had a leg up on pretty much everybody else in the space. With Success Magazine, it gave us the longest running personal development brand in existence that every single personal development leader has been involved with at some point. Napoleon Hill used to be the editor. Og Mandino used to be the editor. Darren Hardy used to be the publisher. Jack Canfield, Tony Robbins was advertising it for years. He's going to be on his 4th cover this year in Success Magazine. And so what I saw there was a way to create a competitive moat that none of our competitors could compete with. The fact that now we have the longest running personal development brand as part of the eXp Realty family of companies, or eXp World Holding family of companies, really makes us truly defensible when we think about training and education and coaching and all the other stuff. And we've got our own magazine that goes out to over 100,000 people every issue. And my guess is we look back, forward 5 years. 5 years will probably be 250, 500,000 magazines getting shipped potentially every month, and then it's going to be on every newsstand, and then we've got all the other things that go along with it, and it's part of EXP. So it's really a competitive moat that's, in my opinion, is going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, and that is like right in alignment at what we've been talking about all day long. Because it starts with mindset. It doesn't matter how much you're trained to go list a house or help a buyer. It does not matter. You have to have the right mindset in order to be successful. And you bring up, Napoleon Hill. Well, Sharon Lechter is actually speaking with us today as well. And so she now has the rights to all of the Napoleon Hill Foundation books. She just rewrote Outwitting the Devil and Think and Grow Rich for Women. And so we're all right here in like this alignment with our mindset, with, our businesses and having the multiple streams of income. And Glenn, I feel like the reason why you really came up with this whole EXP model is because, of course, it was a great idea back in 2009 when brick and mortar were really, hurting. But other than that, it's created multiple streams of income within the real estate industry that we've never had before either. And so when you mix that into other businesses, I mean, the sky's the limit, right?
It is. I mean, when I looked at my own personal real estate career, I realized very quickly that I didn't own a business. And so I ran it like a business, but in the beginning stages, and even as I matured as an agent and building a team, I realized that even the business that I owned at that point was still pretty fragile. And what I mean basically by that is that if I, as the team leader or team owner, had some issue where I couldn't be involved on a regular basis, that team would start to decline in value fairly quickly. So it might have some longevity to it, but the reason why agents on a team are willing to do a 50-50 split, which is pretty typical, is because they're getting real mentorship from somebody who is actively listing and selling real estate and helping them become better agents. And that's the reason why, agents will be on teams. So, something happens to me as a team leader, then all of a sudden that value piece drops away. Agents are no longer as excited to be on the team. They're going to start to look at where they're going. And so if that was an asset I was setting up for my family's longevity, it starts to have issues. And so then the next thing is okay, if that's not going to work, well, then what do I do next? Well, maybe I open an office. So I actually become a broker. And that has challenges too, because you look at what small brokerages sell for, 30, 40, 50, 100 agents. I mean, when you actually look at the dollars that come out of those things, it's not very much. I mean, typical brokerage sells for $5,000 to $7,000, maybe $9,000 an agent. So you get 100 agents. Yeah. So maybe you get whatever that works out to. It's at the end of the day, it's probably better than nothing, but it's not as good as it could be. And so with EXP, we said, okay, could we build something that would basically perpetuate itself to actually grow on its own merits based on a value proposition that didn't exist in the industry, which means things like go out, bring an agent in, as long as you and that agent are with EXP, you're going to earn residuals off of that agent, and you're going to earn residuals on agents that they bring in and agents they bring in, and sort of figuring out how to build a business inside the business. And then the value prop of EXP is so good that even if something happens to you as a team leader, that business will continue to grow and thrive without you. And so if you can build those ingredients in properly, you now are in a better seat in EXP as an agent than 97% of broker owners in this country that own a physical real estate office are in, because of the way the model operates and is designed. And so, think about the fact that you don't have to any of the liability, you don't have the capital outlays, you don't have any of that. And yet, on a per agent basis, you're probably netting more on agents that you've got in your rev share group than the broker owner down the street that has a prestigious location and prestigious signs and potentially even some prestigious agents. You're actually making more than they are on a per agent basis by growing the EXP model than they are trying to build their model.
Yeah. And they're stuck in their location and I'm traveling. That's the
Right.
best part of it.
Exactly.
Yes. And that's another thing, I just love the freedom. I think we all got into real estate because we wanted the freedom. We wanted the freedom to be able to, say when we're going to work and when we're not going to work, and like go to our kids' games and do this and that. And it was this vision. I know it was for me when I got my real estate license. I was like, yeah, I can do whatever I want to, whenever I want to. And then you get in, you're like, oh, it's not like that. Like my clients own me. And if my clients want me to write an offer right now and I have a dinner date, I have to write that offer right now. But when you have those multiple streams of income, especially passive income, then it doesn't put that much pressure on you to be able, to have to cancel all your plans and help that client. I'm not saying that someone shouldn't help that client right then. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be you.
Right. Well, and then, you look at, and of course, Brian Colhane, who, he was with me right at the beginning. And so he had built not a huge rev share group, but, just a couple years, into EXP, he actually broke his hip and literally couldn't show property for 6 months. But because of the rev share, they were able to, with a little bit of extra input from some other folks, but they were able to stay in their home. They didn't have to declare bankruptcy. There was income coming in each and every month for 6 months, and then then he got back up on his feet, literally, and then was able to go out and then build, generate income from sales. But he had a little bit there, and there's countless stories now, and that was like 2 years in. Now it's literally, I open up my my email box or my workplace chat or Facebook or whatever, and literally every day I'm hearing about somebody that had something happen to them where the EXP opportunity literally allowed them to pay their bills, provided either residual income for it, or maybe they had equity and stock that they were able to tap into, and so building all of that whole infrastructure to be the safety net. Because one of the big challenges that real estate agents have, and anybody who's a salesperson has, and I say that loosely because there's a lot of salespeople aren't this way, but most salespeople are not good business people. So they're great at going and building relationships, and they're going to, they're good at getting, somebody to sign the dotted line electronically or otherwise to purchase a property. But when it comes to managing their money and actually, doing things, I mean, they typically are getting a couple commission checks in, and then they're going on vacation, and then they get a couple more commission checks in, and then they go on vacation, and then they forgot to pay taxes along the way, and then they find out for the next 2, 3, 4 years they're having to pay back the IRS and try to sock away money and try to do all this other stuff. And then so it's really this whole, they're juggling a whole bunch of balls, which is really tough. Whereas the EXP model at least helps in that if you're building it, there's a certain amount of income that's just going to grow, as you're growing EXP in a way that's more sustainable than you having to go out there and sell more houses to pay for the mistakes you made a year, 2 years, 3 years ago, which is pretty typical.
Yeah. Yeah. And for those that are watching that are not real estate agents, I know the majority of them are, but for those that are not, EXP is obviously a cloud-based real estate brokerage. We're being called the Amazon of real estate right now. And what I like about it is one other thing is a lot of people who I partner with, my agents in my organization, they're investors. And I was an investor before I was ever a real estate agent as well. And I love the fact that we're kind of incentivized, with the personal transaction deals through a year, to, hey, go buy rental properties, go buy long-term rentals or short-term rentals or whatever you want to do, and be able to have more streams of income coming in. Because yes, we have the stock, we have the rev share, we have the Virbella, we have all of this, but hey, why not own real estate too? Because every millionaire, billionaire owns real estate, right?
They should.
Yes, absolutely. Awesome. Well, Glenn, I appreciate you spending some time with us today. I just wanted to, share with the audience kind of the backstory of EXP and Virbella and kind of where the future is going with Success Magazine. I'm sure I'll be keeping everyone updated with all of that as well. But do you have any last words for any agents that are sitting out there right now and they've never really thought about having multiple streams of income. They've been stuck on that hamster wheel of just selling a house and getting paid, and there's really nowhere else for them to go. What's your advice for them right now to kind of get unstuck?
Yeah, well, first, if you're stuck, definitely, change things up. I mean, I think that's, and so EXP, certainly take a look at it. I certainly am. I'm a little biased, but I think it is the best real estate brokerage on the planet. Certainly the most agent centric, and we continue to focus on it to basically serve your needs as an agent better than anybody else in terms of building that second stream of income and those equity opportunities. But if you're stuck, it doesn't matter whether you're in real estate or otherwise. Change things up. If it's not broken, break it. Which goes opposite of what most people hear, which is if it's not broken, don't break it. Or if it's, I think that's the phrase. But if it's not broken, break it. And really what that means is that every time you get to put things back together time and time again, you get to take it to a new level. So every time you get a chance to go to a new level, we have so much potential in everyone that's watching this or that's on planet Earth. We have so much potential that goes untapped because we're not willing to take a risk. And so by taking a risk, you give yourself permission to unlock some more of your potential. So just take a risk, take a look at what we're doing. What's the worst that can happen? Embrace that worst case scenario up front as, okay, EXP didn't work and I go back to my previous brokerage. That's about the worst that can happen. But what if EXP actually works and it does what it has done for Amanda and so many others? It might be a game changer that gives you freedom and flexibility, allows you to do more investments, allows you to do more things, make a bigger impact in the world. And if that is what EXP can do for you, I think it's worth exploring.
100%. Said it perfectly, Glenn. I appreciate that. Well, thank you so much for spending some time with us today. And if anyone wants to learn more about EXP, let me know. Let anyone who invited you to this event today know. And we'd be happy to share that model with you as well. So, and also Success Magazine, if you want to get in and surround yourself, if you're struggling right now with not being able to find people to surround yourself with that are going to bring you up, come into Success World and hang out with us. So thank you, Glenn. I appreciate you, and we'll see you in the morning.
All right, everyone. I am so excited to introduce you to our next speaker today. So I met Tim Story, about 6 months ago, I would say. And it has been just an absolute pleasure getting to know him. So Tim Story is known as the celebrity life coach. Yes, he has literally coached Robert Downey Jr., Kanye West, Charlie Sheen, so many other top people. And what I loved about Tim is, and you'll see this in this interview today, is just the way that he speaks into people's lives and helps you figure out, like, for me, it was turning your mess into your message, right? It's figuring out what happened in your life and how can you turn that into a message. How can you make that be something that's like spectacular? So Tim, I am just so honored to have you here with us today. Like we spoke about a little bit ago, we are talking into real estate agents' lives today, and we are helping them go from the mindset of, I have to sell this house and I'm stuck on this hamster wheel and like I'm stuck, right? Into, oh, I can actually create a life worth living. I can actually create passive income. And who better to speak about that than you? So
Thank you.
thank you.
One reason I'm glad you're doing this is because you've proven with yourself is that you can really go from a place of, hoping I can pull this off, finding steps and having successes, and then you start to build your faith and then do it. I mean, so, success leaves clues. So we'll talk a little bit about today. And, the idea for today, for all you that are watching, is for us to serve you. And for Amanda and myself, our vision is to see your vision come to pass, because fortunately we've been able to do okay in this and we're getting even better in life. But our vision is to see your vision come to pass. So let's do it.
Okay, if you could, my internet went a little crazy right there. So editor, we're going to edit that real quick. So will you just say a little bit about that one more time, just because it kind of scrambled for a second?
Yes. So one of the things that we're doing today with Amanda and I is that we're trying to help you with a step-by-step process. And I've watched it in Amanda's life, where she had the vision and the dream and the goal, but then she had to find the right action steps, and she took on those action steps and began to find little successes that became like mid successes and then large successes. And then success leaves clues. So we'll be talking a little bit about that today.
Yes, absolutely. So Tim, let's go back just a little bit and talk about, how did you get into, this, where you're helping so many people who are feeling stuck and not feeling like they know, what the next right step is. How did you get into that? I know that we share some commonalities with our dads passing away and all of that. And I'd just like for you to share that.
Yeah, I deal a lot in the world of trauma because I work in the realm of prison reform. I also deal strongly in the addiction space and also with the homeless. And so I think a lot of us, when we were kids, we had something traumatic happen to us. For me, as Amanda mentioned, my father passed when I was 10, but that was a tough one because he was very charismatic, had a lot of energy, a lot of humor. And it was just like a simple thing that happened. He was going through a green light. That's what you do. It's green and you go through. It was at nighttime and a man ran a red light who happened to be a police officer, bless his heart. He didn't have a siren on, and boom, and it was over. I mean, so my father was raising 5 kids. And when that void and vacancy became so strong in my life, it was terrible. And so truly at age 10, I decided that I was not going to be a victim. I was not going to feel sorry for myself, even though we were lower income people at that time. But I began to look, Amanda, for mentors. And one of my mentors was my Little League baseball coach. Another mentor was my 6th grade teacher. And they really began to pull greatness out of me. And that's one thing I'm loving about what you're doing, is that your vision is to see other people's visions come to pass. And so that's what happened. I allowed these mentors in my life, my teacher and my baseball coach, to pull greatness out of little Timmy. And they stuck with me for many years, and in fact, my entire life, and just started building me up. And I now found myself in my early 20s having a desire to lift other people up. That's what happened.
And you made it a very, what I got from that was you decided, right? So when we have these things that happen in life, we make a decision. And sometimes and I'm thinking about, when COVID hit, right? You had a decision to make. Either you could crawl on the couch and cover up with a blanket and watch the news all day, every day, and literally stop your life, or you could make that decision to change your life and
Yes.
read the right books and take the right courses. And, I met you in the midst of COVID. We were doing a speaking engagement in the midst of COVID. And so, I love that though, because you decided that. And I know, we don't want to go down too far the story, but it's like you weren't the only child. There were other children involved, and each
Yes.
person handled it differently, right?
100%. Yeah. I mean, so I was the youngest child, still am, by a long shot. And then I have my sisters and my brother, who is about 4 years older than me. And, for my brother, he decided to like take flight. He was always at his friends. My other sister got married very, very early at just like 18. The other sisters always stayed at the friend's house. So it was a strange thing that after a while, I was the only one home because he died at 10. But at 12, I was like always there with my mother. But Amanda, she worked 2 shifts at a donut shop. And I remember as a 12-year-old, she wasn't coming home till like 12:30 at night. That was like a lot of space and a lot of loneliness, but I didn't play the victim. I didn't nurse it, curse it, and rehearse it. I just allowed my imagination to fly. And to be honest with you, I knew I was going to be Tim Story back when I was a kid. Even back when we didn't have anything, I knew I was going to be this guy. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. I love it. So let's talk into these real estate agents' lives today and just pour into them as much as we possibly can. So what would you suggest to someone sitting back watching right now and they're like, there's no way I have time to build my legacy and do this passive income thing. Like, you guys are great, but I don't have time for that. What would you say to them?
Yeah, I think the great thing to look about at this is if we were to use a sporting metaphor, like in American football, because some of you watch from different parts of the world, is that in American football, you have 4 quarters, first, second, then there's a big halftime, then there's a third quarter and a fourth quarter, where some of you are in like the first quarter of your life. And you might be losing the game by a little or a lot. Some of you are in the second quarter of your life, and you may be losing the game by a little or a lot. And that's the frustrating thing. But don't forget, there's still a halftime. So you can reset and you can reestablish yourself and you can reemerge. And those are 3 points you should really write down. So when I started working with Robert Downey Jr. in 1999, he was in trouble. And these are the very principles I talked to him about. Now he makes $70 million a year being Robert Downey Jr. But at that time, that just wasn't the case. So he was at halftime in his life and he needed to do those 3 principles. Now, what I've found in studying this idea of turning your setbacks to comebacks for now over 30 years, and I have some notes for you. I'm going to walk through a few things, and this will take me 4 minutes, is that when somebody is challenged and you don't know what to do, number one, you have to become awake. And to be awake is to really have, like, as Oprah says, like an aha moment. And Amanda and I have talked at dinner. She's had that in her own life where we just have an aha moment. And that aha moment could be, I'm tired of being tired. I'm tired of being broke. I'm tired of not having enough money. I'm tired of feeling like my life's going nowhere. So I don't mind you feeling that way because that will wake you up. The second thing you have to do is once you become awake is you have to take inventory and you need to be realistic about where you're at. And you have to take realistic inventory on certain areas of your life. Physically, where am I physically? Because you could have big dreams, but you need your body to carry them out. Where are you physically? Where are you mentally? Where's your mindset, clarity of mind? Where are you with your partners, with the right people in your life? where are you spiritually? Are you connected? Are you aligned? And so, number one, you have to become awake. Secondly, you take inventory. Where are you really? Thirdly, as we just stated, you have to find the right partners. And this is where I think Amanda is very strong. You have to find partners with a similar mindset and a similar, listen to this, similar mindset and similar motives. I found in my life that a lot of people I grew up with, they didn't have big thinking. They just wanted to get by, right? Make a living. So I needed to look for people with a different mindset. And one way I did that was through the power of books. And now there's books, there's documentaries, there's podcasts, there's TED Talks. So if we would just stop with those right now, awake, take inventory, find the right partner. So Amanda, when I say find the right partners, what goes through your mind?
So I don't know how much you know about this, but when I was 21 years old, I moved to California by myself from North Carolina, and a whole new world opened up for me in the personal development and business and all that. So I spent 9 amazing years there, wonderful friends, people that I created, that I attracted to me, that all were bringing me up in life.
Yes.
Well, when I moved back to North Carolina at age 30, because my dad was sick, I didn't have any people there. So what that means is I came back to a town that I grew up in, but all of my friends were the high school friends, and they were stuck in the 9 to 5 mentality. They were, I actually reached out to a lot of the girls, and I was going, I need girlfriends. So I would reach out to these girls, and we'd go to dinner, and the whole dinner was talking about, the past and talking about other people and just small-minded conversations. And so that's what comes to my mind, because it's like I had to figure out, how can I attract the right people to me? Because I wanted girlfriends that thought the same way that I did, and that we
good. I like this.
Each other out.
I like this. And so you were awake, and then you took inventory and said, okay, these are my friends. And then, so, I'm a life coach. So how then did you then take action? Did you go after other friends? Because this is important. It's like people working with you, people taking your classes, people getting around you. Those are action steps. And a lot of people will watch you. They're just good voyeurs. But you took action steps and going after other alliances. So talk to us about that.
I did. The first thing I did was I joined our local real estate investment organization there in Raleigh, and got really, really involved in that. Ended up becoming really a leader for the women's group there. So that helped a little bit. And then I also, what else did I do? I brought a business coaching to the Raleigh area. And so then I started hosting all of my own events. So I was doing all of the marketing. I was the face for the event. And I was really putting out there that I was attracting business, entrepreneur mindset people to me, and we were going to mastermind about business.
Yes. Okay. So I like that. Huge. So what you're doing is that you are creating, let's use 2 C's. You're creating and you're cultivating new relationships. And that's where some of you guys mess up. You create, but you don't cultivate. Like, as busy as I am, I text at least 15 people a day. I said a day, just to say encouraging words to them a day. And it throws people off. I just texted a guy from South Africa 5 minutes before I got on here. He's a very influential guy. I have not dialogued with him. I've not had dinner with him in 2 years. And I just felt I'm going to text him. And he's like, wow, oh my God, great to hear from you. Now, I do that out of good motives, but it's also very smart. You have to sow where you want to go. So if you want to go to these places where some of these people are living, you have to create, then cultivate. When I say that about cultivation, Amanda, what comes to your mind?
So stay on top of mind for these people, for me, is social media.
Yeah.
So I feel like the more, I'm involved in social media and I'm doing videos, and I do message people on social media as well. And I'm not that good with text messages. I do some of that, but it's not an everyday occurrence.
Yes, but that's fair. I'm older than you. So it's like, you know, everybody's talking about Clubhouse, and I got so many people trying to get me Clubhouse, from Grant Cardone to Elena Cardone and everybody else. And I'm waiting probably a couple more weeks. But the reason I don't do it is not because I don't think I should. It's because I don't really have time to figure it out right now. But I do know how to text.
Yeah. Clubhouse has been a game changer. I think I sent you an invitation as well.
Yes.
Yeah, it has. I mean, it's grown my following like crazy on Instagram, and the messages coming in just for people who hear me speak for 2 or 3 minutes and they're messaging me directly. And that's one thing, Tim. It's an attraction. It is brilliant for attracting people to you. You can literally say what you do, give a little bit of advice to people, help people, because there's no pitching on the platform. So you're literally helping them. You're telling them what to do in their business. And that is an attraction to them, and they are going to seek you out and want to do business with you. And
I
that's
think
how
that's super smart. So there you go with, you know, you guys watching Amanda here. She is creating and cultivating, but you're a good cultivator, because we were eating dinner and she bought me wine, and she knew her wines. I don't. Because when I go eat with people, they order. A lot of my friends, male and female, are foodies. They're like, Tim, don't even try. So that was you cultivating a new friendship with Tim Story, because we have mutual respect. But I thought that was very classy of you. So let's talk about breaking into a better place. Is that okay?
Sure.
Because you can become awake, you can take inventory, partner with the right people. But then what is your goal? And the way I look at it, I like to simplify things. I'm a deeper person. My doctorate's in world religion. I'm a thinker. And I hang around a lot of thinkers, a lot of psychologists that I spend a lot of time with. And I have found that there are 3 levels of living: almost, which means not quite, nearly. Most, which is cool, but most means you've hit a ceiling. You've hit a ceiling. And the question is, who created your ceiling? Your mother, your father, your ex, your failures. Isn't that good? Who created your ceiling? So you have almost, you have most, and then you have utmost. Utmost, I'm going to do this because you see the end here. Utmost goes through the ceiling. And when I begin to spend time with people, see, it's a different thing to read about somebody, and it's another thing to be in their presence, because every human being carries a certain spirit about them. And when I begin to get around some amazing people, I won't name drop their names, but just amazing people that you would know, their spirits were so just powerful with what they were going to do. You could feel utmost coming out of their system. And so, Amanda, did you think that way? Did you think like, I'm not just going to have an almost life, but I'm going to just go for it? And if you did, I want to know why.
I don't know why. So I've always felt like there is no ceiling. Like the sky's not even the limit. Like I can literally do anything that I want to do in life. And I don't know how I felt like that, because I had a mom that was, she was that way. She was positive and optimistic, and you can do anything you want. But I had a dad that was very negative.
Yeah.
And very, I didn't grow up with money. So it was all about, money wasn't, money doesn't grow on trees. So I kept continuing to get pulled down that way. And now that you say that, I did have a lot of issues around money. I remember, because when I was in, 22, 23 years old, I had a certain amount in my head that if I had that amount of money in my bank account, I was safe. But that amount of money never got more, because I would find a way to spend it. And so I ended up taking a lot of classes and training my mind. Like one of them was called Money and You. It was by DC Cordova in San Diego. That was a life-changing event. I did all of those classes with her. I went through some personal development called PSI seminars when I was
Yeah.
young. And all of that, actually, that is probably, now that I'm thinking about it,
Yes.
that is where my mindset really came from. Because it's
Mhm.
not something that you're like born with.
Yeah. So for you watching that, you have to come to the conclusion, are you okay with the almost life? Because some people are. I went to my 10-year high school reunion. A lot of people had faded in their thoughts, their dreams, what they wanted. 20 years, major fade. 30 years, a lot of survival. So I feel like a lot of people, because they've had so many disappointments, detours, setbacks, they just settled for almost life. Now, the reason I could not is because of responsibility. Uh, I needed to be the pioneer in my family, to lead the way. Watch how powerful this is. I needed to lead the way up and out, up and out, up and out. So I told my mother when I was 12, I said, Mom, when I'm in my mid-20s, you will never worry about money again, which is the case. But I set my intention there, not with some kind of hype. I just knew it, but I paid the price to do it. So that was a lot of my motivation, was not just for me to be rich, but I wanted to do well so I can take care of my mom. And then I did with my whole family.
Yes, I'm right there with you. Like, my mom is my responsibility at this point. So yeah.
And
I
what a
love that.
privilege. She gave birth to you.
Yes, yes, absolutely. And I love that, and I think you actually are hitting on something. It's not about you. It's about like what is your big why? And everyone always says that, right? But it's really true, because you're gonna push more if you're thinking about, if I don't succeed, if I don't win at this, then who will lose? Because a
Yes.
lot of times we're okay with us losing out, but we're not okay with those ones that we love losing out because we didn't do something.
Yes. So this idea of not being stuck in an almost life, I can really help you with just one quick story. I was in the Chicago airport and it had been snowing. It was in January, about 5 years ago. And I had been booked in a first class ticket to go very small way, Chicago to Grand Rapids, Michigan. And the flight, they had changed the plane and they put me in a coach seat in the center. And so I don't like the center because I just don't like being cramped. So the lady was not in a good mood because she was just like overtaxed. It was crowded. Planes were getting delayed because of the snow. So I said to her, Miss, I said, I do not want to be in the center seat. Can you help me? And she said, well, do you know that you upgraded? I said, no, I did, because I fly with American all the time. I use points. So this is very important. She goes, no, you will be in the center. No, but she said, you will be in the center. Strong statement, because really, I have a choice. I could choose to not fly with her and go find another carrier. I could choose to stay in Chicago another night. And I'm going to tell you why I can, because I have money. So I said, so are you saying there's nothing in first class? She goes, oh no, I do have a seat in first class, but it's not for someone who's upgrading. You would have to pay full fare. Now you gotta remember, it's Chicago to Grand Rapids. So she quotes this enormous, silly price. And I remember the number, but I won't say it, but it was enormous and silly. And she said, well, you would have to pay this price. Like I couldn't. And I went, okay. So I reached into my bag and I put my card there and I go, so let's do that. And she kind of took a deep breath and she started to do it and she stopped and she goes, I am so sorry. And I couldn't believe she said that. She says, I am such a bee. She goes, I'm exhausted. This place is a zoo and you've been kind the whole time. Now, the thing I liked is that money gives me leverage. Money gives me leverage. I don't want to sit in the center seat. If something goes wrong, I want to fix it. If my cousin needs dental work, like she did recently, I paid for it. I don't think about it. I just did it. So money gives you leverage, right or wrong, Amanda?
Absolutely. And
I like
freedom.
leverage. Thank you very much.
Yep. Yep.
You're going to sit in the center. I didn't argue, but no, I wasn't. I just wasn't. You're
Mhm.
gonna, no, you're gonna, you have to go to that doctor. That's all you can afford. I don't push back. I just think money gives you leverage. So when
Mhm.
I say that, what do you think about how money gives you leverage?
Well, it takes me to the leverage and the freedom, right?
Yes.
It goes back to what do you need to create in passive recurring income to give you that? Because that's what we're all after, the biggest thing is freedom.
And I
And
like what you're saying with this passive income, because like when I first started, I needed to be on the road because I was making such good money. The number of invitation I was getting, and had a large staff, and we were bringing millions of dollars a year, millions, but a lot of it had to do with me being on the road. If I had not been on the road, I wouldn't have brought in that much money. But now the last 7 years, when I've got more into passive income of this idea of making money while you sleep, I mean, what a peaceful feeling that if you don't feel good, you don't have to get on a plane, right? You're not just grinding it out. So through your program, give us one way they can make passive income.
well, there's a lot of ways, but the one thing that we really focus on is creating Airbnb businesses, but
Yeah.
more so, 30, 60, 90 days. That's what we've pivoted to in the midst of COVID, and just owning rental properties and leveraging other people's rental properties. And so that's what we're really big in. And then on top of that, just to take that to a next level is, with our real estate brokerage, we have over 150 agents all over the US, Canada, and Mexico that are selling.
That says a lot.
Yeah. So again, it's the money while you sleep, right? And being able to step into what you enjoy. And what I
Yes.
enjoy is helping and teaching and encouraging and like being the cheerleader, right?
Yes.
It goes back to figuring out what it is that you love doing and do that more and don't do what you don't love doing less.
Yeah. So what I would say as a person who's a consultant, like I work with Oprah Winfrey's staff. She's one of my best friends in the world. I work with P. Diddy's staff. He's one of my great friends. And whether it's P. Diddy, Oprah, or you, and you guys are all parallel. Everybody's got their own little jobs. Is that what I teach people? Just try to be all in for 12 months. So don't get overwhelmed with, oh my God, Amanda's asking me to do this new lifestyle I'm not used to. Be all in for 12 months. 12 months. And then what's going to happen is that your patterns are going to create habits, and then your habits are truly a lifestyle. But if you could just take 12 months of your life and be all in, it's going to blow you away. This stuff gets addicting. I mean, it's, I don't know when we're airing this, but to me, it's Sunday morning. I'm off today. Today, I want to watch NFL playoff games. But I am on with Amanda because she's phenomenal. And I'm planting seeds in your life because I believe that if Amanda can do it and I can do it, then you can do it. But 12 months, boom, 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 12 months, stick with the program, stick with her mentorship and tutelage, and watch where that gets you.
I appreciate that, Tim. Thank you. And I appreciate your time today. And one thing, the first thing on the to-do list is order Tim's new book. So Tim, you just came out with a brand new book. It's
I'm
the
scooching back to get it. Look at me.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited about this book. Yes.
Scooching back. I'm scooching back. So I like to take time on my books. Oprah helped my book go to the top 5 in the world about 5 years ago, called Come Back and Beyond, by having me on her show, but she ran that show 13 times. and that'll make you a bestseller. So this is my new book. That's a mock-up, The Miracle Mentality. And let me tell you what it's based on. It's based on my journeys in studying people and conversing with people. And I said, what area of life do you find yourself in? The mundane, the messy, the madness, or the magical? Most said mundane and messy, that their life felt disheveled. There was too much coming at them at one time. So I break down how to deal with your mundane, how to deal with your messy, how to get through the madness to make room for the miraculous, or you can call it the magical, because you will not have magical moments just on accident. You go to Disneyland on purpose to watch the parade to create a magical moment if you have kids. You go to a 4th of July event to wait till 9 o'clock at night to look up and see the fireworks. So you have made room for magical moments. So this book is phenomenal. A teacher at Princeton University is my editor. And wow, we went to bat. And everybody and their cousin is promoting this book. I'll be on the NBC Today show coming up. I'll be all over CNN, Fox News, Gayle King, CBS, Oprah Winfrey interviewing me again, Amanda interviewing me right now. So Amanda, I guess you guys, can you put the information how they can get this?
Yes, absolutely. We are going to have that here in the chat section and the links here. So definitely go and order this book, guys. I know I'm going to be ordering it today. So I hope you guys do the same and we can all read it together. How about that?
And thank you.
Yes. Well, thank you, Tim. Again, I just appreciate you taking the time and speaking into these amazing real estate agents' lives today. And I know that this day is going to be life-changing for them. So thank you so much for your time today.
You're very welcome. What a privilege.
Wow. All I can say is wow right now. Oh my gosh. Tim just like completely blew this out of the water. I didn't realize I was going to get a little coaching today too. So that was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed that. So I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for spending the day with us today. It has been an incredible day. And if you just took one golden nugget from this, just one, all I ask is for you to post this out. Just post it out. Tell us what your golden nugget is. Tag me, Amanda the Traveling Realtor. I don't care if it's on Instagram or Facebook. I don't care. I'm Amanda the Traveling Realtor everywhere. And so please tag me because I would love to share that on my story and just get the word out because this is so important, guys. This is important for all of us, realtors, investors, all of us. And so we're working together. We're, doing everything that we can to help each other and pull each other up, right? That's the name of the game, is just to pull each other up and help each other, especially during this crazy time of COVID. So anyways, one more thing I want to tell you, and I will wrap us up today. I will be doing a class tomorrow. So I'm tired. I can't talk. I'll be doing a 1-hour class tomorrow. And I will be teaching all about short-term rentals, midterm rentals. So I know when I was talking with Julie a little bit, Julie was talking about how she does the co-hosting of the Airbnb short-term rental side. Well, I do something called arbitrage. And arbitrage is where you're not actually owning the property. So you don't buy the property, but you're not managing the property either. So you're not running a property management company. You're literally arbitraging, meaning you're going in, you're leasing the property from a landlord, and then you are, fixing the property up and you're putting that as a short-term or a midterm rental, which is what we're doing right now. So I'm going to walk you guys through those steps tomorrow. I didn't want to do it today. It was just too much. So I'm going to be doing that tomorrow, and you're going to be getting a link here in a few minutes with that. And then you'll be getting an email as well. So I hope you can join tomorrow. It's going to be an amazing class. Like I said, 1 hour, that's it. And I just look forward to pouring into you guys because this model is just one stream, right? There's a lot of different streams of income. And I look forward to helping you. I can tell you my top streams of income if you'd like. But I just look forward to helping you guys with that. So hope to see you tomorrow. Again, remember to tag me with your best takeaway from today. And I appreciate you. I appreciate your time. And most importantly, I want you to give yourself a pat on the back because you've invested your time today into your personal development, into making a change. This is one step in the right direction. You know how Donica was talking about today? She said, what is the next right step? Well, guess what? You took it today. The next right step is to educate yourself, to get yourself in the room with top people doing big things right now. So congratulations to you for taking that step. I will see you tomorrow, and I look forward to expanding our relationship and maybe doing business together one day. Take care.